Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Locked Room Motel, trapped in an endless hallway. The highway stretched out ahead like a ribbon of cracked gray, the sun dipping low behind a clump of ragged mesquite trees. So when I saw the motel sign, half-lit and flickering like a tired neon cough, I pulled off the road. The place looked like it had been forgotten, or maybe just never wanted to be remembered. A single-story stretch of beige stucco, the kind of building you'd expect to see in a movie about lost souls or faded dreams. The parking lot was almost empty, except for my car and one or two others I couldn't place through the dusk. The air smelled sharp and dry, a hint of dust mixed with something faintly chemical like disinfectant, or maybe the ghost of it. There was a faint hum from the air conditioning units, and somewhere nearby, a dog barked once, distant and lonely. I grabbed my bag, the handle rough in my hand, and walked toward the lobby, the gravel crunching under my boots. Inside, the lobby was dim, lit by a single overhead bulb that flickered so often I thought it might give up any moment. The linoleum floor was scuffed, sticky in places, and the air smelled stale. Behind the counter stood a man, maybe in his 50s, with a pale face that seemed too smooth for his years. His eyes were dark and steady, watching me the moment I stepped in. "Room?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice felt too loud in the quiet space. He nodded once, not smiling. "Single or double?" "Single's fine." He reached beneath the counter without looking away, pulled out a thin stack of plastic room keys on a ring. The metal jingled softly. $35 a night. "Cash or card?" I fished out my card, the edges worn from use. "Card." He took it and swiped, then handed back a key with a small yellow tag. "Room 7. End of the hall." I nodded, glancing around. No one else at the desk, no other voices behind the walls. The man didn't move from his spot, didn't even blink, just stayed there, a silent sentinel watching over the lobby. The hallway smelled faintly of mildew and something else I couldn't place, maybe old wood or forgotten meals. The carpet was thin and threadbare, and the lights overhead buzzed softly as I walked toward my room. Room 7 was at the very end, the door paint chipped in places, the metal lock dull and scratched. I slid the key into the slot and turned. Nothing. The key rattled, but the lock wouldn't budge. I tried again, more firmly. Still nothing. "Strange," I muttered, pulling the key out to check the number. It was definitely 7. I took a step back and looked down the hall. The man at the desk was still there, watching, unmoving. I swallowed, fingers brushing my forehead where a bead of sweat was trying to form despite the cool night air. "Excuse me," I called out, trying to keep my voice light. "The door won't open." He didn't respond at first. Then, slowly, he nodded toward the lobby door. "Come back to the desk." I hesitated but walked back, the hallway feeling suddenly longer, the shadows stretching like fingers along the walls. At the desk, he slid a thin envelope toward me, his lips barely moving. "Try the key inside." I opened it carefully. Inside was a single card, the kind you tap against a sensor. I'd almost forgotten those still existed. Still puzzled, I took it and returned to the door. This time, the lock clicked open. The relief was immediate, almost sharp. Inside, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, smelled of stale cigarette smoke and something damp in the carpet. The bed was made, but the sheets looked like they hadn't been changed in a while, wrinkled and faded. The window faced the highway, where the sun was almost gone, leaving behind a bruised purple sky. I dropped my bag on the floor and sat on the edge of the bed, listening. Outside, the wind whispered through the cracked blinds. Somewhere in the distance, a car door slammed. The motel was quiet, but not empty. Then I heard footsteps. Not from the hallway, but from the next room. Floorboards creaked under slow, steady steps. I froze, every muscle tensing, the skin on my arms prickling. The sound stopped abruptly, like someone had realized they were being heard. Silence. Complete silence. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe another guest coming back late. Maybe the clerk moving around behind the desk. But the lobby door was locked from the outside, and the man never left his post. I had noticed that. Tried to catch him moving, even once glanced away for a second, but he was always there. I pulled out my phone, checking the signal. Nothing. Not even a bar. Great. I went to the window and peered out. The highway was empty, the last few cars swallowed up by the growing dark. No lights, no movement. Only the faint hum of the air conditioner and that distant dog barking again. I tried the door lock once more. It turned smoothly, but the door didn't open. I pushed harder, feeling the cold metal under my fingers, the frame solid and unyielding. My heart sped up. I stepped back, scanning the room. The faded wallpaper, the cracked mirror over the dresser, the small TV with static blinking on the screen. Nothing unusual. Nothing that explained why I was suddenly locked in. And yet, the feeling wouldn't leave me. That creeping sense that something was off. That the man behind the desk knew more than he let on. That the other guests, if they even still existed, were somehow disappearing, swallowed up by this place where no one seemed to come or go. I sat back down on the bed, hands trembling slightly, and tried to steady my breathing. Maybe it was just the exhaustion talking. Maybe I was reading too much into it. After all, I had a long drive tomorrow, and I needed rest. But as the shadows deepened, stretching across the walls like dark stains, I couldn't shake the thought that this motel held its own kind of trap, one not made of chains, but silence. The night didn't offer much comfort, despite the pale glow of the street lamp outside my window. The shadows crept longer, folding over themselves like a slow-moving tide. I stayed seated on the bed, hands clenched in my lap, eyes flicking to the door every few seconds. The lock still wouldn't budge. I tested it again, pressing my shoulder against the wood, twisting the knob till my knuckles whitened. Nothing. The door was a solid barrier, and it wasn't an accident. The television fizzed quietly in the corner, that low static hum filling the silence. I tried to focus on the fuzzy images, but the static was a poor distraction. Each crackle reminded me of the emptiness outside these walls, the empty parking lot, the vast stretch of highway swallowed in darkness, the motel's own worn-out sign that blinked uncertainly like a tired beacon. I wanted to believe it was just exhaustion messing with me. After all, I'd been driving all day, and the highway had been relentless. But the feeling, something gnawed at the edges of reason. Something was off. That's when the muffled sound from the hallway caught my attention. A soft shuffle. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, but oddly measured. Not the clumsy steps of a tired traveler. No, there was a kind of rhythm to them, like the clerk was making rounds. But I had watched him earlier. He hadn't moved from that desk for hours. Not once. Curiosity pushed me off the bed, and I edged toward the door, pressing my ear against it. The sound was definitely coming from the hallway, but it wasn't just footsteps. There was a faint tapping, like nails drumming against a wooden surface, but uneven, hesitant. I stepped back, heart hammering. The hallway outside was dimly lit, the overhead bulb flickering in a slow, repetitive stutter. If I could just get the door open, I thought, maybe I could find out what was going on. Then I noticed a faint smell, not quite mildew, but something dusty and old, like forgotten fabric mixed with the sharp tang of something metallic. It reminded me of decaying machinery or rusted pipes. I wrinkled my nose. The scent was faint but there, sneaking under the door's gap and settling on the edges of the carpet. I swallowed hard. Something wasn't right here. I moved to the window, pulling back the threadbare curtain. The parking lot was empty except for a lone car parked near the far end, its headlights off. No sign of movement. The motel's neon sign buzzed, casting a sickly green glow over the cracked asphalt. Back at the desk, the clerk's silhouette was still there, dark and unmoving. I could just make out his features, thin, pale, eyes fixed on something on the counter. He never turned his head. Never blinked. I wanted to call out, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I sat back down, trying to piece things together. Earlier, I'd seen a few other guests. 3, maybe 4. They checked in just like me, vanished soon after. At least, that's what I thought until I noticed their rooms were empty. No signs of them anywhere, no cars, no sounds, no footsteps. It was like they'd evaporated. I glanced at the little key card on the dresser. The one the clerk had handed me without a word. I flipped it over, hoping for some clue, an address, a phone number, anything. Just the motel's faded logo. I tried the phone next. Dead. No dial tone, no click, nothing. The cord hung limp, useless. My mind raced. If the clerk never left the desk, how was he watching everything? How did he know when the guests disappeared? And why did the door lock me in? I stood again, pacing the room. The wallpaper peeled in strips, revealing plaster cracked and stained beneath. A faint draft whispered through the air conditioning vent, carrying a chill that prickled my skin. I sat on the edge of the bed, fingers tracing the rough fabric of the blanket. I needed a plan. Something, anything, to break the pattern. Then, a sudden tapping at the window startled me. I spun around, heart in my throat. Outside, a crow sat on the railing, its black feathers ruffled by the night breeze. It stared at me with beady eyes, then took off into the darkness. I laughed nervously. Of course it was just a bird. Why did I let my mind wander so far? But as I settled back down, I noticed something new on the nightstand, a small folded note I hadn't seen before. My fingers trembled as I unfolded it, the paper crackling softly. It read, "They don't leave. And neither will you." No signature. No explanation. A cold wave rolled through me. I stared at the words, feeling the room close and tighter. The sound of the desk bell chiming echoed faintly from the lobby. The clerk's voice, soft, almost a whisper, drifted through the cracked door. Room service. I froze. There was no phone call. No knock. No sign anyone else was here. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Minutes passed. Then the tapping again, this time from the other side of the door. Slow, deliberate, almost rhythmic. I stepped back, heart pounding. If the door wouldn't open from my side, maybe it would from the clerk's. But the idea of opening it, stepping out into the hallway where the shadows waited, or I had no control, felt impossibly dangerous. I sat back down and pulled the note close, fingers clutching it like a lifeline. The motel was no longer just a place to rest. It was a trap. And the man behind the desk knew every exit I didn't. Silence. Complete silence. Until the faint click of the TV turning off broke the stillness. I wasn't alone. The TV going silent was the last breath of normality in the room. I didn't move for a long moment, just listening, trying to convince myself the locked door was a mistake, a malfunction. But the tapping had stopped, and the silence was worse. It meant waiting. Waiting for something I didn't want to imagine. The note in my hand felt heavier than before, as if the words inside had weight and gravity, pulling me down. I laid the paper on the bedspread and ran my fingers over the rough print. The handwriting wasn't neat. Jagged. Like whoever wrote it had been in a hurry or angry. The message was the same as before, cryptic and almost mocking. Some doors don't open for a reason. I'd read it 3 times and still didn't know what to make of it. Was it a warning or a taunt? Or maybe just a joke from the clerk, testing me? But the room didn't feel like a joke. It felt like a cell. I stood, pacing toward the window, the cheap curtain rustling as I pulled it aside. Outside, the parking lot was empty, save for one car parked under a flickering street lamp. There was no sign of movement, no flicker of life beyond the cracked glass. A cold breeze sifted through the cracked window frame, carrying the faint smell of burnt rubber and wet asphalt. I took a deep breath, the air tasting dry and stale, like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting. The hallway was dark. I remembered the clerk's eyes, watching me from behind the desk earlier, unblinking, patient, like a predator sizing up its prey. He never left that spot. No breaks, no distractions. Just the same cold stare. I wondered if he could hear me now, if he was watching me from behind the tinted glass of the lobby window. I imagined him sitting there, a shadow among shadows, knowing every inch of the building and every weakness I might have. I tried the door again. Locked. Not just jammed, but sealed. Like the lock was designed to keep me in. My hand shook as I twisted the knob, the cold metal biting against my skin. No give. No click. Nothing. The deadbolt was a wall. I stepped back, heart hammering in my ears, and tried to calm myself. There had to be a way out. There always was. But this time, I wasn't sure. I sat back on the bed, the mattress springs creaking beneath me. The note caught my eye again. I scanned it once more, this time noticing the faint crease that ran horizontally through the middle, like it had been folded carefully, then unfolded with a purpose. I pulled it out flat and noticed something I hadn't before, a faint smudge of ink in the corner, almost invisible. I reached for my phone to take a closer look, but the screen was dead. No signal. No Wi-Fi. Nothing. The power was out. I swallowed hard and glanced toward the door. The hallway light had gone dark too. The only light came from the moon outside, casting pale, ghostly shadows through the window. The room was colder now. I could see my breath in the air, a thin mist curling from my mouth. The silence pressed in on me again, heavier this time. I tried to remember what I'd seen earlier, the other guests. There had been a couple checking in before me, a family maybe. Their voices were soft, almost polite. But now, gone. The rooms they'd stayed in were empty, no signs of luggage or people. If they left, they didn't take their things. If they'd checked out, the clerk would have said something. But he hadn't. He never said anything. Just watched. Something gnawed at the back of my mind. The clerk's presence wasn't just odd. It was intentional. Calculated. Like he was waiting for someone or something. And if the other guests had disappeared, then I was next. I tried calling out, my voice barely more than a whisper. Hello? Anyone there? The words felt absurd in the empty room. No answer, just the echo bouncing back at me. I pressed my ear to the door, listening for footsteps, voices, anything. But there was nothing. Frustration started to burn under my skin. I needed to think. To move. To find a way out. But the more I looked, the more the room seemed to close in. The peeling wallpaper, the stained carpet, the cracked ceiling, each detail screamed neglect, abandonment. This place wasn't a stopover. It was a trap. I paced again, faster this time, my footsteps muffled by the threadbare rug. My eyes caught the phone on the nightstand, a relic with a cord that didn't reach the wall. I tried to pick it up, but it was dead weight, useless. No dial tone. No chance of calling for help. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Then, from the lobby, I heard the soft scrape of a chair moving. The faint shuffle of feet. A door opening and closing somewhere far away. I froze. The noise was deliberate, slow, deliberate. Like the clerk was making his rounds, except I knew he wasn't. He never left the desk. So who was out there? Panic bubbled up, but I swallowed it down. I needed to stay calm, but the fear was clawing at my throat. I pressed myself against the wall, listening. The sound stopped abruptly. Silence again. Too perfect. Too planned. I glanced back at the note. The words suddenly made sense in a horrible way. Some doors don't open for a reason. The motel wasn't just a trap for the body. It was a trap for the mind. A maze with no exit, with someone inside who knew every way out but refused to show them. I realized then, with a sinking weight, that I was no longer just a guest. I was a prisoner. And the point of no return had already passed. The TV clicked back on by itself, flickering to life with static and alarm. A figure appeared on the screen, shadowed, indistinct, but unmistakably watching me. My breath caught. The screen went black again, leaving only my reflection staring back at me. I wasn't alone in this room anymore. The TV's flicker died out, plunging the room back into the dull yellow haze of the bedside lamp. I forced myself up, the chair scraping softly against the grimy carpet. The note lay on the floor, edges curled like dead leaves. Some doors don't open for a reason. What reason? I didn't want to think about it. Not yet. My eyes drifted to the door. I grabbed the handle, twisted it again. No luck. The lock didn't budge, like it was welded shut from the inside. I pressed my ear against the cold wood, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. No footsteps. No voices. No sign anyone was out there. But the constant hum of the air conditioner and the low buzz from the neon sign outside reminded me the world existed beyond these walls. Somewhere out there, other guests had vanished. I wasn't the only one caught in this nightmare. And the clerk, he never left that desk. Not once. Not even for a break. It was like he was waiting for me. Watching. I shuffled back to the cracked window, peering through the street glass into the night. The highway was silent, a ribbon of black asphalt swallowed by shadows. No cars. No headlights. Just the occasional flicker of a distant storm, clouds rolling in like waves. The smell of rain teased the air, cool and sharp, but I knew it wouldn't reach me here. Not until morning, maybe. I swallowed hard and paced, trying to push the panic down. My throat ached, dry and raw. I could taste dust and stale cigarette smoke lingering in the air like a memory. The room's stale heat pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. I closed my eyes, breathing slow and deep, trying to steady the chaos inside. There was a sound then, soft, deliberate, a faint shuffle from the hallway. My breath caught. I pressed myself flat against the wall, listening. The footsteps stopped just outside my door. Then a voice, low and calm, slid under the crack. Not going anywhere, are you? It was the clerk's voice. Smooth, controlled. I swallowed, forcing my voice to stay steady. Why are you doing this? Who else is here? Silence. Then, you'll see soon enough. The door rattled slightly, but the lock held firm. My pulse thudded painfully in my ears. I wanted to scream, to beg, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I whispered, please. I don't want any trouble. No answer. Only silence, so thick it seemed to press against my skin. I leaned back, sliding down the door until I sat on the floor. The note was still there, mocking me with its cryptic warning. I traced the words with trembling fingers. Some doors don't open for a reason. What if I wasn't supposed to leave? What if the motel wasn't just a trap for the body, but for the mind too? The thought clawed at me, sharp and relentless. I closed my eyes again, trying to remember the faces of the other guests, the couple from room 3 with their whispered arguments, the man from room 6 who left his door cracked just a little, hoping for a breeze. Were they all gone now? Did the clerk take them too? The idea made my stomach turn. A sudden noise pulled me from my thoughts, a faint scraping from the other side of the room. I whipped around, heart pounding. Nothing. Just the peeling wallpaper swaying gently in the stale air. My skin prickled. I wasn't imagining things. Something was here with me. I stood and moved cautiously toward the bathroom, the floor cold against my bare feet. I flicked on the light. It buzzed weakly, casting long shadows. The mirror was cracked, spider-webbed with fractures that distorted my reflection. I touched the glass, feeling the cool sharp edges beneath my fingers. Then I heard it again, a soft thud, like something heavy being dropped. I froze, listening. It came from the vent near the ceiling. My eyes darted upward. Was someone or something watching me through the grate? I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just the building settling, the wind outside rattling loose parts. But then the voice came again, this time from the vent, almost a whisper, "You can't hide." I stumbled back, heart racing, hands shaking so badly I could barely steady myself. The room felt smaller, closing in like a cage. I backed toward the bed, grabbing the blanket and holding it like a shield. My mouth went dry. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear. But there was nowhere to go. I thought about the clerk, his eyes, cold and unblinking behind the glass of the front desk window. How long had he been watching me? How long had he known? The thought was dizzying. He wasn't just the keeper of the motel. He was its master. Every hallway, every locked door, every silent corridor was his domain. I had to think. Had to find a way out. But where? The windows were sealed shut. The door wouldn't open. The phone was dead. Even the fire escape ladder outside was missing, just a rusted metal stub that had been cut off long ago. A sudden knock at the door shattered the silence. Sharp. Insistent. I jumped, heart in my throat. Who is it? I called, voice cracking. No answer. Another knock. Then another. Like a slow, deliberate rhythm. A message. A warning. I pressed my ear to the door. The hallway beyond was dark and still. No footsteps. No sign of anyone moving. But I could swear I heard breathing. Slow. Controlled. Calculated. I sank down, hugging my knees to my chest. The note. The TV. The whispers. The locked door. The endless corridors. The vanished guests. I was trapped. And the worst part? I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if the motel already had. Minutes passed. Or hours. Time lost meaning. The buzzing of the lamp filled the silence. Then, without warning, the TV flickered back on. Static first, then the same shadowed figure appeared, this time closer, clearer. Pale eyes fixed on me, unblinking. "You're not alone," the screen whispered. "You never were." I wanted to scream, to smash the TV, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. The night had settled into a deep, heavy quiet, like the motel itself was holding its breath. I sat on the edge of the bed, the thin mattress sagging under me, the faint hum of the flickering fluorescent light above the desk cutting through the silence. It cast long shadows on the cracked wallpaper, shadows that seemed to twist and shift, as if the room itself was breathing. The lock on my door hadn't budged. Not once. No matter how hard I twisted, rattled, or slammed my shoulder against it, it stayed firm, unyielding. A cold sweat had soaked my shirt, my hands trembling as I pressed them flat against the peeling paint. I tried to piece it all together, the missing guests, the clerk who never left the front desk, the way the hallway lights would dim just as I passed by, making every step a gamble in the dark. The silence wasn't just silence. It was waiting, watching, and I was the last one left. I knew I wasn't imagining it. The other rooms empty. Not a single car in the parking lot except mine. The highway beyond stretched out like a black ribbon, deserted and endless. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden, then nothing. My throat tightened. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and dust thick in my mouth. It had started the moment I checked in. The clerk, an unblinking man with pale skin stretched tight over high cheekbones, never once left his post. I never caught his name. His eyes, cold and steady, followed me even when he was looking down at the register. I thought maybe he was just bored, stuck here in the middle of nowhere, but now I wasn't so sure. When the first guest disappeared, room 7, I heard nothing. No cries, no struggle. Just a door closing, and then silence. The same with the second, and the third. Like they'd been swallowed whole. I ran my fingers over the desk in front of me. The rough wood was splintered and worn smooth in places from years of use. I could feel the grit under my nails, the residue of cigarettes and spilled soda. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old paper. Somewhere behind the clerk, the faint buzz of a ceiling fan stirred the stagnant air, but it did nothing to cool the room. "Why don't you ever leave your desk?" I had asked a man earlier, voice sharper than I meant. He just looked up, looked at me, and smiled. Not a friendly smile. More like a secret shared only with himself. "I stay where I'm needed," he said softly. His voice was calm, almost practiced. "This place doesn't like to be disturbed." That was the last conversation I had with him. After that, I kept my distance, watching from the corner of my eye, trying to catch any sign of movement beyond the thin curtain that separated the office from the lobby. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no sign that anyone else existed here anymore. I tried calling out, once, twice, but the wall swallowed my voice. No answer. No response. Just the hum and the flicker and the cold weight of the lock. I thought about the highway, about the endless black road stretching beyond the streetlights. I thought about the tiny town I'd driven through hours ago, about the people who must be out there somewhere. But none of that mattered now. I was trapped. It was almost dawn when I heard it, a soft tapping, like fingernails lightly drumming on glass. I froze, heart thudding loud enough to drown out the sound. The tapping came again, rhythmic, deliberate. I turned slowly toward the window. Outside, The empty parking lot gleamed faintly under the weak street lamp, but there was no one there. "Hello?" My voice cracked. "Is someone out there?" No answer. Just a tapping, now coming from the other side of the door. A slow, steady beat that matched the pulse in my ears. I backed away, chest tight. The door didn't move, but then I realized the tapping wasn't random. It was a message. Someone was there. Someone who knew I was trapped. I sat back down, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. The screen was dead, no signal. No bars. I tried again. Nothing. I couldn't explain the feeling that crept over me then. Not fear, exactly. Something colder. Like helplessness. Like realization. This wasn't about escape. It was about endurance. The clerk's eyes had followed me again, watching, waiting. I could almost hear the unspoken words, the invisible boundary he'd drawn around me, around the motel, around the road that led nowhere. "Why?" I whispered into the stale air. "Why keep us here?" No answer. Just silence. Complete silence. I lay back on the bed, the thin blanket rough against my skin. Outside, the sky bled pale pink and gray, hinting at morning. The motel still stood, a lonely island in a sea of asphalt and shadows. In that moment, I understood something else, something I hadn't wanted to admit. I wasn't just a prisoner. I was a witness. A part of this place's story now. And maybe, in some twisted way, that was the only thing that mattered. I closed my eyes. The lock held fast. The clerk watched. And I waited. For what? I wasn't sure. But I knew whatever came next, I wouldn't be the same. Morning light crept slowly through the cracked blinds, painting the room in soft gold. The motel's silence stretched on, endless and unyielding. And outside, the highway waited empty, vast, and unknowable. I was still here. Still alive. And that, for now, was enough. Story 2, Phantom Signals, Haunting Highway Warnings. It was one of those nights when the road seemed to stretch out endlessly, a thin ribbon of asphalt swallowed by darkness and the occasional flicker of distant headlights. I had left the office well past 9, the kind of late that makes the mind wander and the body ache for the comfort of home. The air inside my car smelled faintly of stale coffee and the faint musk of leather seats worn by a day's use. Outside, the night held a chill, the breeze whispering in through the cracked window, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, shifting the wheel slightly. The road was familiar, the same route I'd taken countless times before, but tonight something felt off. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. Nothing but empty blackness and the dull glow of my own headlights cutting through the night. The radio was playing a soft, static-laced jazz station, the kind of music I usually ignored but had left on for company. The sound was comforting, almost soothing until it was interrupted by a sudden sharp beep from the dashboard. A warning light, I assumed. I tapped the steering wheel, telling myself I'd check it out once I got home. No need to stress over a minor glitch. Then, out of nowhere, the first car appeared. Headlights bright, approaching fast. It passed me on the left, but as it did, the driver's window rolled down briefly. I caught a glimpse, a hand waving quickly, then a finger pointed to the shoulder of the road. A signal. Pull over. I blinked, confused. Why would a stranger on a deserted highway want me to stop? My hands tightened on the wheel. I shook my head, telling myself it was just a friendly gesture, maybe a local trying to warn me about something ahead. The car disappeared into the distance. I glanced down at the speedometer. I wasn't speeding. Nothing seemed out of place. Then another car came, this time from behind. Same thing, a quick wave, a pointed finger toward the shoulder. My stomach tightened. I slowed gently, heart tapping a staccato rhythm against my ribs. The shoulder was gravelly, rimmed with dry grass that rustled faintly in the breeze. I glanced over my shoulder once more, then eased the car to a stop. I waited. The radio hummed softly. Nothing. No other cars. No footsteps. No voices. I opened the door, the cool night air rushing in, smelling faintly of damp leaves and something metallic like a train yard I used to pass through as a kid. I looked around the empty road, the trees standing like silent sentinels. No sign of the car that had passed me moments ago. No lights flickering on the horizon. Just the faint sound of a distant dog barking and the occasional rustle of leaves. I leaned back against the door, suddenly aware of how quiet everything had become. Silence. Complete silence. The kind that presses against your ears and makes you hyper-aware of every breath, every heartbeat. My fingers trembled slightly, but I told myself it was just the cold. Maybe I was overthinking it. It's not like anyone would just vanish. I got back into the car, locking the doors with a click that sounded far too loud in the stillness. The road stretched out before me, empty as ever. I eased back onto the asphalt, the tires crunching softly on the gravel edge. My pulse was still uneven, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. Minutes passed. The radio drone mixed with the low hum of the engine. Then, another car appeared, headlights cutting through the dark like an item. This one slowed down beside me, the window sliding down with a soft mechanical whir. The driver's face was hidden in shadow, but the hand gesture was clear, pull over. I blinked, confused and uneasy. Look, I don't know who you are, or what you want, I said aloud, voice cracking more than I intended. But I'm not stopping again. This isn't funny. The hand remained steady, the finger pointing to the shoulder again. The car idled beside me for a few seconds, engine humming low and steady. Then, without a sound, it sped off into the dark, vanishing as abruptly as it had appeared. I sat frozen for a moment, trying to steady my breathing. The streetlights above flickered, casting uneven pools of yellow light on the asphalt. The smell of gasoline mingled faintly with the pine and damp earth. I wiped a hand across my forehead, tasting the cold sweat that had started to form. This wasn't normal. None of it made sense. I stared down at the passenger seat, my eyes catching on the faint imprint of someone's weight like a shadow left behind. That's when I noticed it. The seatbelt was buckled, but the seat was empty. No sign of anyone ever having been there. My fingers traced the smooth leather, cold and untouched. I swallowed hard. Okay, I muttered to myself, voice barely above a whisper. This is just a weird night. Nothing more. But the feeling lingered, like a quiet buzz under my skin. Something wasn't right. Something was watching. I started the car again, pulling back onto the road. The night seemed to close in tighter, the trees leaning in as if to listen. And somewhere, far off in the dark, a car honked once, sharp and insistent. I didn't look back. The road stretched ahead, empty except for the occasional flicker of the dashboard lights and the white line humming beneath my tires. I pulled onto a side road, gravel crunching under the tires louder than it should have. The only light came from my headlights cutting through the thick dark, illuminating patches of damp earth and tangled roots. I needed to figure this out. If I was losing my mind, I wanted to know why. I'd called Jake earlier, my closest friend, and the only person I'd trust with something this strange. I still remembered the way he'd laughed when I told him about the vanished drivers. "You're sure you're not just zoning out?" he'd said. That laugh had a hollow edge now, like even he wasn't sure anymore. The phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. I pulled off the road, fingers trembling as I answered. "Jake." "Hey," he said, voice low. "Look, I checked the traffic cams near that stretch. Nothing unusual. No cars pulled over, no accidents, no reports. But I did talk to a guy who runs the gas station near the highway exit. Said a bunch of cars stopped there last night, but the drivers never came inside. Just left their engines running and vanished. Sound familiar?" I swallowed. "Yeah, that's exactly what I saw." "Yeah," Jake said, "and get this. The guy said it's been happening for weeks. People driving through, getting the same silent signal to pull over. Then nothing. No one ever comes back." I leaned back in the seat, the cold leather pressing against my spine. Why didn't I hear anything on the news? No one's talking about it. "Maybe they don't want to," Jake said. "Or maybe it's too local. You know how small towns can be. Secrets have a way of staying buried." The line went dead. I stared out at the dark road, feeling the weight of something unseen pressing in. I couldn't let this go. I started the car again, heading toward the gas station Jake mentioned. My headlights caught the peeling paint on the roadside signs and the cracked asphalt. The night smelled different here, a mix of burnt rubber and cold concrete mingling with the pine. I rolled down the window for a second, the chill biting my skin, and caught the distant howl of a dog. The station sat like a relic from another time, its flickering neon sign buzzing faintly overhead. The pumps were abandoned, no cars in sight. I parked a little way back, stepping out into the silence. The air was thick with stillness, the kind that makes your skin crawl. Inside, the scent of stale coffee and dust hit me. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sickly glow on cracked linoleum floors. A bell tinkled as I pushed the door open, but no one came out from behind the counter. I called out, voice hesitant. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Silence. Complete silence. I wandered toward the back, eyes scanning the aisles lined with snacks and faded magazines. Then I spotted it, an empty jacket draped over a chair, still warm. My fingers brushed the fabric, and a faint smell of cigarette smoke lingered. Someone had been here recently. Near the back door, I found tire tracks leading into the gravel, but no footprints. Odd. The ground was too soft to hide prints completely. It was like someone had disappeared into thin air. A sudden noise made me jump, a metallic clink near the counter. I spun around, heart hammering, but saw only a loose coin rolling across the floor. The station's ancient ceiling fan creaked overhead, turning lazily. I forced myself to laugh, low and shaky. "Get a grip," I muttered. Then I noticed something else, the security camera hanging crooked in the corner, its red light blinking erratically. I pulled out my phone and tried the connection. Surprisingly, I got a weak signal. The screen flickered, showing a grainy black and white feed of the parking lot. I watched as a car pulled up, headlights off, just like the ones I'd seen on the road. The driver's side window rolled down slowly, and a pale hand waved me over. My breath caught. Was this the same signal? The same silent gesture? I felt the old, familiar chill crawl up my spine. The driver didn't move from the seat, but the hand beckoned again, slow and sure. My phone slipped from my fingers, clattering onto the counter. The screen went black. The silence returned, heavy and suffocating. I had no idea how deep this went. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't just chasing shadows anymore. Something was watching, waiting, and it wasn't done with me yet. A sudden creak echoed from the dim corner behind me. Heart hammering, I spun around, eyes straining to pierce the darkness. Nothing moved, yet the weight of unseen eyes pressed relentlessly. The air grew colder, each breath a sharp reminder that I was no longer just an observer, I had become part of the game. Somewhere, deep beneath the surface, a truth was unraveling, and it was far more dangerous than I had dared imagine. A flicker of movement caught the edge of my vision, a shadow slipping between broken shelves like a whispered secret. I swallowed hard, muscles taut, and forced myself to step forward, each footfall a defiant echo in the hollow room. The oppressive silence thickened, suffocating, but then a voice cracked through the gloom, low, gravelly, and unmistakably human. "You shouldn't have come here," it said, barely above a whisper but sharp enough to slice through the tension. I froze, searching the darkness for the source. From the shadows emerged a figure, a woman, her face half hidden beneath a hood streaked with grime. Her eyes gleamed with wary fire, darting between me and the edges of the room. "You don't know what you're dealing with," she added, stepping closer, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and urgency. Before I could respond, a second figure appeared behind her, a man, taller, his jaw set hard, fists clenched at his sides. The woman glanced at him, then back to me, her expression softening just enough to suggest a flicker of trust. "But if you stay," she said, "maybe you can help. Because whatever's coming, it's not just watching anymore. It's hunting." The woman's eyes didn't leave me. Neither did the man's, standing like a shadow frozen against the dark wall. The air between us was so thick it seemed to press against my skin, cold and unyielding. I swallowed, tasting the stale dust of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay mingled with something faintly metallic, old pipes, maybe, or the sharp tang of rusted metal left to rot. The silence cracked again, this time with the rustle of fabric as the woman shifted her weight, hood slipping back just enough for me to catch the tired lines etched around her eyes. "You don't know what you're dealing with," she repeated, voice low, but with urgency that made my skin crawl. "Those cars, those signals. It's not random. It's a pattern. A trap. A trap." The words echoed inside me, bouncing off every memory of the empty seats, the vanishing drivers. I wanted to ask what kind of trap, but the man stepped forward before I could. "You're not getting out the way you came," he said, voice rough like gravel scraping against stone. "You think you can just leave? Forget what you saw. You can't. Not anymore." My pulse slammed against my ribs. I wanted to back away, to shove past them and run for the door, but my legs felt rooted to the cracked concrete floor. The weight of their gaze was a physical thing, like iron bands tightening around my chest. "What do you want from me?" I asked, voice barely more than a breath. I tried to sound steady, but my throat had dried up. The woman shook her head, eyes flickering to the window where the faint glow of streetlights spilled in uneven patches. "It's not about what we want. It's what they want. The ones behind the signals. The ones who send the cars." I blinked, confusion twisting inside me. "Who? Who sends them?" She hesitated, biting her lip. "People. People who don't care if you vanish. Who use the silence as a tool." The room seemed to close in, the shadows lengthening, swallowing the corners. I could hear my own breathing, sharp in my ears, and the distant thump of something heavy, maybe the building settling, or a heartbeat somewhere in the dark. "You need to understand," the man said, voice lower now, almost a growl. "This isn't about random disappearances. It's about control. About making sure no one leaves the road once they're caught in it. You pulled over. That means you're marked. Marked." The word felt like ice trickling down my spine. I thought about the empty seats, the silent signals, the way those drivers disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just a coincidence or a cruel joke. It was something deliberate. Calculated, I moved, almost instinctively, toward the door. I don't belong here. I'm just passing through. The woman's eyes narrowed. Nobody's just passing through anymore. Not once you've seen the signs. I reached for the handle, but the man was quicker. His hand closed over mine, rough and surprisingly strong. You can't go back. The road won't let you. What does that mean? I demanded, pulling my hand free and stepping back. The woman sighed, rubbing her temples like she was fighting off a headache. They watch. They wait. Every car that passes, every signal given, it's a message. Not just to you, but to anyone who might try to escape. I pressed my back against the wall, the rough plaster scratching against my shirt. My mind raced, trying to piece it all together. If this was some kind of human conspiracy, how deep did it go? How many people were involved? And why? What was the end game? The man's voice cut through my thoughts. You think you're the first. You won't be the last. But once you've pulled over, once you've stepped out of your car, you're in it. There's no way around it. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold press tighter. The woman moved closer, voice dropping to a whisper. You're past the point of no return. I looked at them both, searching for any sign of mercy or escape. But their faces were grim, resigned. Like they were carrying the weight of something unbearable. So what happens now? I asked, voice trembling despite myself. The man glanced toward the window, then back to me. Now, you decide. You stay, and maybe you find out the truth. Or you try to run, and the road finds you anyway. A sudden noise outside, a scraping, like tires dragging on gravel, made us all freeze. The woman's eyes darted to the door, then back to me. They're coming again, she said. You don't have much time. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure they could hear it. I wanted to bolt, to throw open the door and sprint into the night, but the weight of their words held me fast. The road had already claimed me. I was marked. The man stepped aside, gesturing toward a narrow hallway I hadn't noticed before, swallowed by shadows. This way. If you want answers, follow us. I hesitated. The air smelled damp, the faint scent of mildew mixing with something sharp like gasoline or burnt rubber. My fingers tingled against the cool metal of the doorframe, the roughness grounding me. I could still hear the scraping outside, closer now. I swallowed again. Lead the way. The woman nodded, a flicker of relief crossing her face. Good. But remember, once you're in, there's no turning back. The hallway yawned ahead, dark and unwelcoming. I stepped forward, every muscle tense, every nerve screaming that I was walking deeper into something I might never escape. Behind me, the door shut with a soft click. Outside, the road waited. Silent. Watching. Patient. The hallway seemed to swallow the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows from my phone. The man's voice broke the silence. Keep moving. His footsteps echoed, deliberate and slow. The woman trailed just behind, the soft scrape of her shoes the only other sound except my own ragged breathing. I swallowed hard, tasting the stale air mixed with the sharp tang of gasoline that clung to the walls like sweat. It was a smell I couldn't shake, no matter how much I tried to focus on what lay ahead. We don't have much time, the woman said quietly. Her voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, like an item pressed just beneath the surface. I nodded, though I wasn't sure if she could see me in the dark. The words echoed inside my head. Once you're in, there's no turning back. They weren't just a warning, they felt like a sentence. We reached a fork in the corridor. The man paused, his breath shallow. Left. Stay close. The air grew colder, dampness seeping into my clothes. A faint metallic smell joined the gasoline, something sour and bitter that made the back of my throat tighten. I swallowed again, fingers twitching against the rough wall, trying to ground myself. A soft shuffle came from behind. I glanced back. The woman's face was almost invisible, but I caught the quick flicker of her eyes, darting nervously. "Do you know what's out there?" I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. She hesitated, then shook her head. "No one's seen them directly. Only the marks they leave." Her words hung heavy between us. "Marks?" I pressed. Before she could answer, a scraping sound rasped through the silence, closer this time, sharper. I froze. The man reached out, fingers brushing my arm, steadying. "Keep moving." We rounded the corner and stepped into a larger room lit by a single, flickering bulb overhead. The light buzzed and popped, casting long, jittery shadows that danced against the cracked concrete floor. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and the smell of burnt rubber clawed at my nostrils. In the center of the room sat a car with an empty driver's seat. I stopped dead. The sight hit me like a punch. The leather was cracked and worn, the steering wheel polished smooth from years of use. But there was no one inside. No driver. Just the empty seat, waiting. The man's voice was low, urgent. "They don't want you to see this." "Why?" My throat tightened. "Who are they?" He shrugged, but I could see the tension in his jaw. "No one knows. Just people who disappear. The ones who try to warn you." I swallowed, stepping closer, the floor cold beneath my shoes. The seatbelt hung loose, swinging slightly in a draft I hadn't noticed. I reached out, fingers trembling, to touch the steering wheel, but the man's hand shot out, gripping my wrist. "Don't," he warned. My heart thrummed so loud I thought it might burst. "What happens if I sit in it?" He looked at me like I was mad. "You don't want to find out." The woman moved forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's a trap. They want you to stop. To get out. Once you do, you vanish." I swallowed hard. The room seemed to close in, the flickering light strobing like a pulse. The silence that followed was oppressive, broken only by the distant scrape that had been stalking me all night. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft click, like a door locking somewhere far away. I scanned the room, heart in my throat. "We need to move," the man said, pulling me away from the car. As we turned, the door behind us slammed shut with a deafening crack. The bulb overhead flickered violently before plunging the room into darkness. Silence. Complete silence. My breath caught. I fumbled for my phone, thumb shaking as I tapped the screen. The glow was weak, barely illuminating the narrow space ahead. I could hear the others breathing, ragged and shallow. "Stay close," the man whispered. We moved forward, the walls closing in tighter, the air growing colder, wetter. The smell of mildew mixed with burnt rubber became almost unbearable. Then, a whisper, not human, but unmistakably deliberate. Words I couldn't catch, but a voice that sent a shiver down my spine. I stopped. "Did you hear that?" The woman nodded, voice trembling. "They're close." A sudden scrape echoed behind us, faster now, almost frantic. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw only darkness. No shapes, no figures, just empty space and the heavy scent of something metallic. "We're trapped," I said, voice cracking. The man's face was pale in the dim light. "They don't want us out." A cold sweat broke across my forehead. My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the phone. Every instinct screamed to run, to fight, to scream. But the hallway stretched endlessly ahead, the shadows swallowing the light like a mouth waiting to close. I realized then how deep I'd fallen, how far from the road I was, how little control I had. "We need to keep moving," the woman urged. "They'll find us if we stop." "But where?" I whispered. "Where do we go when the road itself is watching?" The man's eyes burned with something I couldn't name. Fear? Resignation? Determination? "There's a way out. A door. If we can find it." I nodded, trying to steady my shaking legs. The scraping grew louder, circling us, a sound that wasn't quite human but not animal either. It was deliberate, searching. The walls began to close in, the air thickening, choking. My breath came in sharp gasps, the taste of iron heavy on my tongue. "Almost there," the woman said, voice strained. A sudden gust of cold air blasted past, carrying with it a faint, distant sound. A car horn. A real car horn. Hope surged through me, sharp and sudden. But then the scraping stopped. Silence fell again, thick, suffocating. And the door we'd been searching for wasn't there. Not anymore. The silence after the scraping was worse than the noise. Complete, oppressive, like the world had held its breath and forgotten to exhale. I stood rooted where we'd stopped, the cold air gnawing at my skin through the thin jacket I'd grabbed on a whim that night. The woman and the man flanked me, their faces tight with exhaustion, eyes flicking around the collapsing walls, searching for the door that had disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. I remember the weight of the iron taste in my mouth, the way my lungs burned from shallow breaths, and how the cold seemed to seep into my bones. That smell, like wet concrete mixed with something acrid, clung to the air, thick and unmoving. I wanted to speak, to break the silence, but I couldn't find the words. Instead, I just swallowed hard, trying to force some kind of courage down my throat. "We have to keep moving," the woman said again, voice barely more than a rasp. Her eyes were wide, but there was steel beneath the fear now. "They're still out there." I nodded, though the thought of moving into the unknown, into whatever that scraping was, felt like stepping blindfolded into a pit. The man took a step forward, then stopped, looking back at us. "I think I saw something. A path, maybe. It wasn't there before." I followed his gaze, but all I could see were the walls, shifting shadows, and that endless dark beyond. Still, I didn't argue. We moved as quietly as we could, like ghosts slipping through a forgotten corridor. My hands were clammy, fingers twitching against the rough plaster of the wall as I tried to steady myself. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I couldn't tell, and the air shifted again. The heavy smell gave way to something else, the faint scent of gasoline, sharp and unmistakable, mixed with the faintest hint of leather. That smell triggered a memory, a flash of a car idling nearby, its engine quiet but alive. Hope flickered. Then, through a crack in the wall, I saw it. The road. Real asphalt under a moonlit sky, deserted, stretching out like a ribbon of black silk. We stumbled through the gap, blinking against the sudden openness. The walls behind us dissolved into nothingness, like a bad dream evaporating at dawn. I dropped to my knees, panting, the cold ground beneath me rough and grounding. I still can't explain it. The woman crouched beside me, wiping dirt from her face, eyes wide but alive. The man stood a few feet away, staring down the road like it held the answers. "They're gone," I said, voice hoarse. "All of them. Every car. Every driver. Just empty seats." The man nodded slowly. "It was never about us. They wanted us to see. To know. But why?" The question hung in the air, unanswered and heavy. The woman shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. Because fear is the easiest control. I thought about the silent signals, the cars passing by me, their drivers vanishing when I tried to approach. The emptiness left behind, the absence that screamed louder than any presence. It wasn't supernatural. It was too calculated, too precise. Human. I looked down the road, feeling the night's chill press against my skin. The distant hum of a lone engine broke the silence. Another car, maybe, or just my imagination. I swallowed hard. The road was still watching. Still waiting. "We need to report this," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "Someone has to know." The man shook his head. "Who would believe us? They've covered their tracks too well." The woman's eyes met mine. "Maybe it's not about belief. Maybe it's about survival." I realized then how much I'd changed. The naive hope I clung to was gone, replaced by something raw and real. The world wasn't just dark out there, it was full of shadows cast by people who thrived on fear and silence. We started walking, footsteps echoing softly on the empty road. Behind us, the night seemed to pulse with a quiet menace, but ahead there was still a path. Not an escape, not really, but a way forward. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I understood that running wasn't the answer. Not anymore. I would face this. Somehow. The road didn't end. Neither would I. The moon hung low, a pale witness to the struggles etched into every step. My breath came ragged, but steady, as if each exhale carried away a fraction of the weight pressing down on my chest. Shadows twisted and flickered alongside me, sometimes stretching long and thin, other times collapsing into nothingness, reminders that even darkness is fluid, never truly fixed. I reached into my pocket, fingers brushing against the cold metal of a forgotten trinket, something small, insignificant to most, but a tether to the person I used to be before everything shattered. Holding it felt like grasping a sliver of hope, fragile but undeniable. Ahead, the faint glow of distant street lamps flickered against the horizon, a promise that light still existed, however faint. It wasn't salvation, not yet. But it was enough. Enough to keep moving, to keep fighting. Because no matter what lurked in those shadows, no matter how many times I wanted to give up, I knew this journey was mine to claim. The road stretched endlessly forward, and with every step, I rewrote the story not as a victim, but as a survivor. Story 3, Fractured Paths, the Pattern of Peril. I never thought much about the way a sidewalk cracks or a coffee cup slips from your fingers. It began on a Wednesday morning. The sky was an unbroken gray, the kind of overcast that smells like wet concrete and damp leaves. I was walking to the train station, clutching my usual paper cup of black coffee. I took a step off the curb, and the heel of my shoe caught on a loose section of pavement. Nothing serious, just a stumble. But the coffee sloshed over the rim, splattering down the front of my coat. The smell of bitter grounds filled the air, sharp and sour. I muttered to myself while wiping at the stain with my sleeve. Great start. The street was oddly quiet, save for the distant hum of construction and the faint bark of a dog somewhere behind a row of brick houses. 2 blocks later, I passed Mrs. Halpern's house. The old woman who always sat on her porch in a faded floral dress, knitting or watching the neighborhood's slow parade. That morning, she was nowhere in sight. Instead, I saw her garden hose tangled in a knot, stretched across the walkway. I stepped over it carefully, but the sight stuck with me, how something so mundane could trip someone up. Like a trap waiting to be sprung. It wasn't until I reached the station, waiting for the train in the cold, that I started to feel off. The platform was slick from last night's rain, the air smelled like damp metal and dust. I noticed a man standing a few feet away, his hands deep in the pockets of an oversized coat, face half hidden by a wool scarf. He didn't look at anyone, just stared down at the tracks with a kind of quiet intensity. Not threatening, exactly, but definitely out of place. The train arrived with its usual screech and rattle. I stepped aboard, found my usual seat by the window, and tried to shake off the weird feeling creeping in my chest. The ride to work was uneventful, the kind of mundane that makes you lose track of time. But the sensation lingered, like I was missing something important, or maybe someone was watching me without my knowing. At the office, things got stranger. I work in a small, cramped newsroom where the smell of stale coffee and printer ink hangs in the air like an old friend. Around noon, Jamie, my cubicle neighbor, shrieked and jumped back from her keyboard. I looked up just in time to see her spill an entire cup of coffee over the corner of her desk. The liquid pooled and seeped into the tangled mess of cables underneath. Ugh, seriously? This week, she groaned, grabbing a handful of tissues. But then she froze. Wait, did you see that? She asked, voice low. I frowned. See what? Someone just bumped the power strip. The whole system just blinked off. I swear I didn't do it. I glanced down at my own desk, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Maybe it's just a loose connection, I said, though my voice sounded flat even to my ears. The office was filling with murmurs, people noticing their screens flickering, printers jamming, phones going dead. For a place that thrived on deadlines and deadlines alone, this kind of disruption was a small disaster. But it wasn't the first time these little glitches had been happening this week. I remember the elevator at the subway station stuck between floors on Monday. Then yesterday, the grocery store's automatic doors refused to open, trapping a line of customers inside the vestibule until a manager pried them loose. All minor annoyances, sure, but all oddly connected by timing and their sheer improbability. I told myself I was imagining patterns where none existed. Humans were wired to find connections, even in random noise. I know how that sounds, but I kept a mental checklist: time of day, location, type of accident. And there was a faint but persistent thread running through them all. Later that afternoon, on my walk home, the world felt different. The air was heavy with the scent of rain and concrete dust. Leaves rustled unevenly, and the usual hum of the city seemed muted, as if held back by an invisible force. I paused at the crosswalk, waiting for the signal to change. The light flickered twice before turning green. A car idled at the intersection, engine growling softly, but the driver's face was obscured by shadows. I could swear he glanced my way, though the street was crowded. I crossed hurriedly. The pavement beneath my feet had a rough texture I hadn't noticed before, like peeling paint or weathered plaster. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe not. That night, at home, the quiet felt different. The apartment smelled faintly of damp wood and something faintly metallic, like the inside of a locker or a forgotten basement. I tried to focus on a book, but the words blurred. Outside, the street lamp flickered again. I sat very still, listening to the occasional creak of the old building settling, the distant siren fading into the night. I kept thinking about the accidents, the spilled coffee, the elevator, the doors refusing to open. All small, all inconvenient. But what if they weren't random? What if someone was arranging them? Pulling strings from the shadows? The idea felt ridiculous, and yet the more I tried to dismiss it, the more the pieces pressed against my mind like a puzzle missing a single, crucial piece. I didn't know who it could be, or why. But if someone was behind it, whatever they wanted, it wasn't going to stop with a spilled cup or a stalled elevator. Something was coming. Something I wasn't ready for. The next morning, sunlight leaked through the cracked blinds in thin, stubborn lines. I rolled over and stared at the ceiling, tracing cracks in the plaster with my eyes. The quiet made the old building seem fragile, like it might collapse under its own weight if I moved wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, or worse, that I was missing something glaringly obvious. The accidents, the strange patterns, they weren't just coincidences anymore. Whoever was behind this was deliberate. Careful. I got up and shuffled to the kitchen. The cold linoleum felt rough under my bare feet. I poured coffee from the pot I'd left half full on the counter, and the smell of burnt beans filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I sipped it slowly, eyes drifting to the small calendar pinned above the fridge. Circles and notes in my handwriting, reminders of meetings and deadlines. I ran my finger over the page for today, April 14th. Nothing unusual there. Still, the nagging voice in my head wouldn't quit. I was going to need evidence. Something concrete. I grabbed my phone and started scrolling through the last week's photos and texts, looking for anything out of place. The picture of the spilled coffee from 2 days ago caught my eye. I remembered how it had happened just as I reached for my cup. A sudden jolt from the chair next to me sent the drink flying. But I'd been alone. No one else in the room. No explanation. Then came the elevator incident. The one that had left me stranded on the 3rd floor for nearly 20 minutes. I scrolled through the news app on my phone, searching for any mention of malfunctions in the building systems. Nothing. No reported outages, no maintenance issues. Just silence. I frowned, biting the inside of my cheek. The pattern was undeniable. Someone was arranging these little accidents, but why? And for what? I decided I needed to talk to someone. Not just anyone, I needed someone who would listen without dismissing me as paranoid. There was Sarah, my neighbor from across the hall. She was sharp, practical, and had a way of cutting through nonsense like an item. If anyone could help me make sense of this, it was her. I grabbed my jacket and stepped into the hallway. The air smelled faintly of mildew and stale cigarettes. The flickering fluorescent light above buzzed and hummed, casting long shadows against the cracked walls. I knocked on her door twice, then once more before she finally opened it with a tired smile. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Can I come in for a minute?" She nodded, stepping aside. "Sure. You look like you didn't sleep." I didn't, I admitted, following her into the cramped apartment. The air inside was warmer, tinged with the scent of lemon-scented cleaner and old books. Sarah motioned to a threadbare couch and sat down, patting the spot beside her. I sank down, pulling my phone from my pocket. I think someone's been messing with me. Not physically, well, maybe, but orchestrating things. Small stuff, accidents, stuff that shouldn't happen. Sarah raised an eyebrow. "You mean like what? Someone's out to get you?" "I don't know," I said quickly, feeling the tremor in my hands. "I know how that sounds. But listen, there's been this pattern. The coffee spill, the elevator, the doors that wouldn't open, all just little things, but all too weird to be random." She considered me for a long moment, her dark eyes sharp and unblinking. "Have you told anyone else?" "No," I shook my head. I didn't want to sound crazy. Sarah laughed softly, a sharp, dry sound. "Trust me, I know how that goes. But if someone's messing with you, it's not something to keep to yourself." She leaned forward. "What do you want to do?" "I need proof," I said. "Something solid." I was thinking. I could start keeping a log. Every time something strange happens, I write it down. Maybe take photos, videos if I can. And I want to watch the patterns, see if there's a connection. Maybe even check the building's surveillance cameras. Sarah nodded slowly. "That sounds smart. And I thought maybe you could help. You know this building, the people who work here. Maybe you've noticed things I haven't." She smiled faintly. "All right. I'm in." We spent the next hour going over the incidents I'd noticed, trying to piece together a timeline. Sarah's practical mind helped me organize the events, and the more we talked, the more real this felt. The accidents weren't random. Someone was watching, waiting, maybe even planning something bigger. As I left her apartment, the hall felt different, heavier somehow, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Outside, the sun was higher, and the city buzzed with life, indifferent to the small, quiet storm building inside me. Back in my apartment, I sat at the desk and pulled out a notebook. I started writing, fingers trembling slightly as I recorded every detail I could remember. Times, places, people around me. The spilled coffee at 8:17 a.m., the elevator stuck at 5:03 p.m., the locked door in the stairwell at 11:45 p.m. Each entry made the pattern clearer, and the shadow of whoever was behind it grew larger. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft tapping at the window. The street lamp outside flickered again, casting jerky shadows across the room. I paused, heart thudding, and went to the window. Nothing but empty pavement and a stray plastic bag caught in the gutter. Just the wind, I told myself. I turned back to the notebook. If this was a game, I was just a few moves behind. But I wasn't going to let whoever was pulling the strings win. Not without a fight. Then, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "You're closer than you think." The hairs on my arms stood up. The room suddenly felt colder. Someone was watching. And they wanted me to know. The message blinked on the screen like a pulse, sharp and insistent. "You're closer than you think." I stared at it, the light from my phone casting jagged shadows on the peeling wallpaper. I slid the phone into my pocket, the smooth glass still warm against my palm. The tapping at the window returned, softer now, almost hesitant, as if whoever was out there wasn't sure if I'd answer. I didn't. Instead, I pulled the curtain closed, the fabric rough and slightly damp against my fingers. Outside, the street lamp buzzed, flickered, and then steadied. The quiet hum of the city was broken only by a distant dog barking, sharp, urgent, like a warning. The scent of rain hung faintly in the air, though the sky was clear. The night felt layered, almost too heavy with meaning. I went back to the notebook. The pages were filled with scrawled times and places, messy item connecting incidents that didn't make sense to anyone else but me. The spilled coffee at 8:17 a.m., the elevator stuck at 5:03 p.m., the locked door in the stairwell at 11:45 p.m., each event a thread pulled tight in some invisible web. The pattern was undeniable now. Someone was orchestrating these accidents, but why? And what was the final event that threatened to destroy everything? I ran my fingers over the words, then stopped. A new thought struck me, one I hadn't dared voice aloud. What if this wasn't about me alone? What if it was about the people I cared about? The ones who unknowingly wove into this dangerous tapestry. My phone buzzed again. Another message. No number, just text. "Leave. Now." My breath hitched. The air in the room seemed to shrink around me. I wanted to believe it was a bluff, a scare tactic. But the cold feeling in my chest told me otherwise. I grabbed my jacket, the fabric rough against my skin as I slipped it on. I didn't want to leave, not yet. I had questions. Answers. But the message was clear, I was being watched, and my time was running out. Outside, the street felt different. The usual hum of late-night traffic was absent. Even the stray cat that usually prowled the alley was nowhere in sight. The city had gone quiet, like it was holding its breath. I walked faster, eyes darting to every shadow. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and something else, something metallic, sharp. My pulse quickened. At the corner cafe, the light was still on. The door cracked open as if inviting me in. I hesitated. Inside, a woman sat alone, her eyes fixed on a steaming cup of tea. She looked up as I approached, a flicker of recognition, or was it warning, in her gaze. "Do you know what's happening?" I asked, voice low. She nodded slowly. "It's bigger than you think. And now that you're involved, there's no turning back." Her words hit me like a punch to the ribs. I swallowed hard. Who is doing this? Why? She glanced over her shoulder as the bell above the door jingled. "They're closer than you know, watching every move. And the final event? It's already set in motion." I wanted to argue, to deny it. But the truth was clear, like the chill creeping down my spine. I was trapped. The woman slid a folded piece of paper across the table. "Read this when you're alone," she whispered. I took it, fingers trembling. The paper was thin, almost translucent. On it, a list of names. Familiar names. Friends. Family. People I trusted. A slow, sinking feeling settled in my stomach. The threat wasn't just to me. It was to everyone I cared about. I looked up, but the woman was already gone. The cafe door closed softly behind her, leaving me alone in the dim light. I folded the paper carefully and slipped it into my pocket. I needed to think, to plan. But I knew one thing for certain. There was no going back. Not now. As I stepped back onto the street, the distant echo of footsteps followed me, a steady, deliberate rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing but empty shadows. But I knew better. The game had changed, and I was playing for keeps. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to twist and stretch with every step I took. The city around me felt different, colder, more hostile, as if it sensed the shift beneath the surface. My fingers brushed the folded paper again, its edges crumpled but its contents burning clear in my mind. I tucked my collar up against the chill night air and quickened my pace, eyes scanning the alleyways and doorways. Every noise, an errant screech of brakes, the distant bark of a dog, felt amplified, a reminder that I was not as alone as I wanted to believe. Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed midnight, its hollow toll marking the point of no return. Ahead, the faint glow of a neon sign hummed, promising refuge or perhaps risk. I hesitated, knowing that the choices I made now wouldn't just shape my own fate but ripple far beyond. The city's heartbeat pulsed in rhythm with mine, relentless and unforgiving. I drew a steadying breath, ready to dive deeper into the unknown, chasing shadows that might finally reveal the truth or consume me whole. The neon sign flickered again, buzzing like a low warning as I stood just beyond its shaky glow. I forced my gaze back to the alley's mouth, where darkness pulled in thick shadows. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run back to the safety of my apartment, but I couldn't. Not now. Not when the pieces I'd found, the paper, the pattern of accidents, the whispered threats, were all converging here. Somewhere in that darkness, the person responsible was waiting. I took a slow step forward, then another, each footfall swallowed by the wet concrete beneath my boots. The city's heartbeat pulsed in my ears. I thought I could hear it in the distant hum of traffic, the drip of water from a loose gutter, even the faint scrape of something sliding against brick. It was all too quiet, like the city was holding its breath, watching me. I pulled the crumpled note from my pocket again, the edges worn, the ink smeared where my fingers had pressed too hard. The message was clear, but the handwriting still felt foreign, almost mocking. "You can't stop what's coming." The words blurred for a moment, and I blinked, trying to focus. Was that a warning? Or a challenge? A sudden noise made me freeze, a soft shuffle from the shadows to my left. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat making it hard to breathe. The smell of damp plaster and something faintly chemical filled the air, clean, antiseptic, out of place in the grime. Hello? My voice cracked. A terrible mistake. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the slow drip of water somewhere deep in the alley. Then a voice answered, low, measured, barely above a whisper. You're closer than you think. It was different from what I expected. No rage. No threats. Just calm. Too calm. My mind raced. How did they know I was here? Was there a camera? A bug? I had to assume yes. They were always one step ahead, like a shadow moving just beyond my vision. I swallowed again, trying to steady my hands, but the tremble was there, subtle but persistent. I don't want this to end badly, I said, trying to sound steadier than I felt. Why are you doing this? What do you want? No answer. Just the distant echo of my words bouncing off the walls. Then, footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. A figure emerged, half hidden by the gloom. I couldn't make out a face, but the shape was unmistakably human. They stopped a few feet away, the faintest rustle of fabric breaking the silence. You already know, the voice said again. You've seen the pattern. The accidents. The warnings. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Yes. But why? Why target me? My family? The figure shifted, the shadows concealing their expression. Because you're the key. If you fall, everything changes. A shiver ran down my spine. The words felt like an accusation, or maybe a promise. I wanted to ask more, to plead for a chance to understand, but the coldness in the air was growing, prickling against my skin. Suddenly, the distant wail of sirens cut through the night. They grew louder, closer, something was happening nearby. The figure glanced toward the sound, then back at me. This is just the beginning, they said. You don't have much time. Before I could respond, they stepped back into the shadows and disappeared. I stood there, heart hammering, the note burning in my palm. The city around me felt less like a place and more like a trap closing in. I had no idea who that person was, but one thing was clear, the final event wasn't just imminent. It was set to unravel everything I cared about. I turned toward the sirens, the cold night pressing in from all sides. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling over the screen. I needed to warn them. I needed to stop it. But the screen stayed black. No signal. The city had swallowed me whole. Panic clawed at my chest as I pounded the phone against my palm. No signal. No way to reach anyone. The sirens grew louder, echoing off the walls like a countdown. I forced myself to breathe, to think. There had to be another way. I scanned the street, searching for a familiar face, a friendly hand. But the crowd had thinned, shadows stretching unnaturally beneath flickering streetlights. A cold wind whipped past, carrying the distant murmur of chaos. Somewhere nearby, glass shattered. My eyes caught movement in an alleyway, a figure slipping into the darkness. Instinct urged me to follow, to uncover what secrets hid in that shadowed path. I hesitated only a moment before stepping off the cracked sidewalk, the uneven pavement jarring beneath my boots. Inside the alley, the world shrank to a narrow corridor of peeling posters and graffiti streaked bricks. The figure paused, then turned. Recognition slammed into me. It was someone I hadn't expected, someone who should have been an ally. But the look in their eyes was unreadable, cold. "Why are you here?" I demanded, voice low but urgent. They smirked, stepping closer. "Because the pieces are falling, and you're just in time to see it all come apart." The weight of their words settled like a stone in my gut. The final event wasn't just imminent, it was personal. And now, caught between shadows and sirens, I had no choice but to face it head on. The air was thick with the smell of rain on concrete, damp and sharp, as I stood outside the cafe where it all began. The fog was rolling in, swallowing the edges of the street lamp's yellow glow, and the cold seeped into my bones like an unwelcome memory. I had hoped this was over. That by finally naming the person behind the chaos, I could breathe again. But standing here now, the weight of everything settled like a stone in my chest. It wasn't over, not quite. Not until I faced him one last time. The pattern had been clear for weeks, then days, then hours. Every accident, every small disaster, the spilled coffee, the cracked windshield, the fall on the cracked pavement was no accident at all. Someone was pulling strings, shaping the world around me into a trap. I had traced it back to Thomas. He wasn't just a ghost in the background anymore, but a real person with real intentions. I didn't understand why he did it, only that he had. And that the final event was set to destroy everything I held dear. I checked my watch, 7:43 p.m. The cafe would close soon, and the streets would empty. Perfect for a confrontation. My hands trembled slightly, not from the cold, I told myself, but from the anticipation that twisted my gut. I hated how this changed me, how I was turning into someone I barely recognized. But I had no choice. Not now. Inside, the place smelled of burnt espresso and worn leather. The usual hum of conversation was gone, replaced by the tapping of the barista cleaning counters and the occasional clink of dishes. I spotted Thomas sitting quietly in the corner, his face half hidden by the shadow of his hoodie. He looked older than I remembered, wearier. The flickering overhead light made his features dance between sharp and soft. I stepped in, and the bell above the door chimed like a warning. He didn't look up. I swallowed the lump in my throat and moved toward him. "Thomas," I said, voice barely steady. "We need to talk." He finally met my eyes, and for a moment, the room felt impossibly small. I noticed a faint scent of tobacco on his breath mingling with the coffee, a strange comfort in this tense space. "You shouldn't have come," he said, voice low, almost tired. "I needed to," I answered. "This has to end." He gave a bitter laugh, one that didn't reach his eyes. "You think you can stop it?" "Stop me?" I wanted to ask why. Why all this? But the words caught in my throat as he continued, "You wanted answers. Now you have them. It wasn't about you, not really. It was about control. About making sure the pieces fell where I wanted." I sat down across from him, the chair scraping softly against the linoleum. The room felt colder now, or maybe that was just me. I could hear my own breathing, uneven and loud. "You don't have to do this," I said. "You don't have to keep hurting people." He shook his head slowly. "It's not about hurting. It's about balance. You don't get it. None of you do." I leaned in, lowering my voice. "Tell me. Help me understand." And for a moment, I thought he might. He looked like he wanted to say something real, something raw. But then the look on his face shifted a hard, guarded edge, and he stood abruptly. "Goodbye," he said, voice flat, and walked toward the door. I blinked. The sudden finality stunned me. I wanted to call him back, to beg for a real conversation, but he was already gone. The door swung shut behind him, muffling the outside world. I sat back, my fingers tracing the rough edge of the table. The silence pressed in again, but this time it was different. Not empty, but full. Full of possibility. Outside, the rain had started. Light at first, then heavier, drumming against the windows like a warning or a promise. I wrapped my arms around myself, tasting the cold air mixed with the faint sweetness of the cafe's closing pastries. I thought about the accidents, the near misses, the broken glass, the whispered threats hidden in everyday moments. They had been terrifying, yes, but also a signal. A message I'd been too scared to decode until now. I realized something else then. The final event, the one Thomas had set in motion, wasn't some grand explosion or dramatic collapse. It was far more subtle. More insidious. It was the unraveling of trust, the quiet destruction of the life I had built around me. The slow erosion of safety and certainty. In that moment, I understood what I had to do. Not fight fire with fire, not meet manipulation with fear. But rebuild. Reclaim. Piece by fragile piece. I left the cafe and stepped into the rain. The cold bit into my skin, but I welcomed it. It cleared my mind. I could hear a dog barking in the distance, the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. Life, stubborn and relentless, continued around me. Walking home, I thought about my family, my friends, the small community that had been shaken but not broken. They didn't know the full story. They might never know. But I would protect them. Even if it meant walking into the storm alone. By the time I reached my door, I felt the first real flicker of something I hadn't dared to name, hope. Not the naive kind, but the hard-earned kind forged in the cold and the dark. I paused, hand on the doorknob, and looked up at the sky. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the clouds were beginning to part. A distant star blinked uncertainly, like a silent witness. Inside, the air was warm, tinged with the faint scent of lavender and old books. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, letting the quiet settle over me. The nightmare had come, and it had nearly swallowed everything whole. But I was still here. Still standing. And that was enough. For now. Story 4, Mirror Lives, Reflections Rewrite Reality. I woke up to the sound of the radiator clicking off. The mirror on the opposite wall caught my eye. Not because it was unusual. Mirrors aren't usually the kind of thing that draw your attention when you wake up, but because it was reflecting something that didn't quite fit. I sat up slowly, the creak of the bed frame loud in the quiet room, and stared. There I was, standing in the kitchen, smiling. Not the tight, polite smile I usually force for the benefit of others, but a full, genuine smile. The kind that twists your face a little too much and shows your teeth in a way that's almost embarrassing. But I hadn't been in the kitchen. Not yet. I was still here, sitting on the edge of the bed. I rubbed my eyes, the fabric of the blanket rough against my palms. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting narrow lines across the floorboards. I leaned forward, almost afraid to see what else the mirror was showing me. It was like a silent movie playing out in reverse, or from a different angle, a version of me I didn't recognize. In the reflection, I poured a cup of tea, humming softly. Then I turned and left the apartment, keys jangling in hand. I could hear birds outside, the faint hum of traffic, but the scene felt oddly staged, like I was watching a memory that belonged to someone else. I shook my head and stood up. The floor was cold beneath my bare feet. The apartment smelled faintly of burnt toast, which was strange because I hadn't made any. I crossed the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, and looked into the mirror again. This time, the reflection was just me, standing there, blank-faced, mirroring my movements exactly. I ran a hand through my hair, muscles tight. I wasn't sure what was wrong. It was probably just a trick of the light or my tired mind playing games. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was just stressed from work and a lack of sleep. But every morning, when I looked into that mirror, it showed me snippets of a life that didn't match my own. Small things, smiling when I felt upset, leaving the house earlier than I actually did, laughing at jokes I didn't hear. I tried once to change it. I decided that today, I would smile less, be more serious even when I wanted to laugh. But when I met my coworkers, they told me I was the same as always, cheerful, upbeat, the person who never seemed to have a bad day. They didn't notice the frown I thought I was holding on to. It was like my reflections' memories were rewriting my real ones. At breakfast, the microwave beeped as I reheated last night's leftovers. The smell of tomato sauce and garlic filled the air, mingling with the faint scent of lemon air freshener I sprayed earlier. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden. I watched my reflection in the toaster's chrome surface, half expecting it to betray me again. I wanted to talk to someone about it, but who would believe me? I wasn't the type to make things up. And besides, when I mentioned it to my sister on the phone, she just laughed. "You're imagining it," she said, voice crackling through the line. "Maybe you're just tired." Maybe. But the mirror didn't lie. It showed me things I couldn't explain, moments I never lived but somehow felt real. It felt like a conversation I was having with myself, but in a language I didn't understand. The city outside was waking up fully now. The hum of traffic grew louder, footsteps and voices drifting up from the street. I opened the window a crack. The air was cool and smelled like rain, or maybe just a promise of it. A cold draft brushed past me, making the hairs on my arms stand up. I glanced back at the mirror, trying to catch a glimpse of what it would show me next. But the glass was empty, reflecting only the worn carpet and the peeling paint on the wall behind me. I should have felt relief. Instead, there was a knot tightening in my stomach, a slow, creeping sense of unease I couldn't shake. The reflection that morning had been too vivid, too detailed to ignore. And the more I thought about it, the less I trusted my own memories. I was trapped between two versions of myself, the one I lived, and the one the mirror showed. And no one else seemed to notice the difference. I closed the window and pulled the curtain shut, shutting out the morning light. The apartment felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were inching closer. I sat back down on the bed, the old mattress creaking beneath me, and stared at the mirror. The reflection was there again, barely visible in the dim room. It smiled. Its smile twisted, unsettling and knowing, as if it held secrets I was too afraid to uncover. I reached out slowly, fingertips grazing the cool glass, and felt a shiver crawl up my spine. The reflection didn't mimic me anymore, it moved on its own, teasing the edges of reality and sanity. The mirror's smile lingered behind my eyelids as I lay in the dark, the room cool and silent except for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional creak of the old building settling. Morning came sluggishly, gray and damp, as rain began pattering softly against the window pane. I sat on the edge of my bed, fingers tapping nervously against the quilt. The apartment smelled faintly of mildew, a reminder that the heater was failing again, a persistent, nagging cold seeped into the walls. I stared at the mirror across the room. The glass was dull in the dim light, but I didn't need to see a reflection to know it was watching. I had to find answers. I couldn't let this, whatever this was, keep unraveling me. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the gallery, searching for proof. The photos from the past few mornings showed me as I remembered, blank-faced, tired, dragging myself through the motions. But the videos I'd secretly recorded, those were different. I had started setting the phone on the dresser, just off to the side so it caught my reflection in the mirror without me realizing. Watching them back made my stomach twist. There I was, doing things I never did. Smiling at the phone even when I felt miserable. Leaving the apartment at 7 in the morning, when I was sure I'd stayed in bed until 9. Small things, but enough to make me doubt my own memory. I played the clips again. The reflection moved independently, subtle at first, tilting its head, adjusting the scarf I never wore in the morning. Then more obviously, like it was rehearsing a life I didn't live. I paused one clip where I watched myself walk down the hallway, but the reflection lingered, standing still, watching. I swallowed hard. What did it want from me? Later that morning, I forced myself to go outside. The rain had let up, but the wet concrete smelled sharp and cold. I walked to the local coffee shop, the one I used to go to 3 times a week before all this started. The bell above the door jingled as I stepped inside, warmth and the rich, bitter scent of brewed coffee washing over me. I nodded at the barista, a young woman named Claire who always remembered my order. Today, though, she looked at me with a blank expression, as if she was trying to place me. "Hey, you feeling okay?" she asked, her voice low, almost hesitant. I hesitated. "Yeah. Just tired, I guess." She shrugged, wiping down the counter. "You look different. You've been coming in earlier than usual lately. Morning shift?" I blinked, surprised. "No, I usually come around 10. Claire frowned, shaking her head. "Not the last few days. I've got the timestamps. You've been in here before 7. My hands clenched around the mug as the words sank in. That's the thing, no one else seemed to notice the discrepancies, or if they did, they didn't question it. Like the world was moving on, ignoring the strange dissonance between my memories and the mirror's version of me. Determined, I asked Claire, "Have I ever smiled a lot here? Like, really smiled, even when I wasn't happy?" She looked confused. "Not really. You usually keep to yourself, quiet. You don't seem like the smiley type." That was exactly what the reflection did, though it smiled even when I felt hollow inside. Back out on the street, the city felt colder somehow. The sky was a blanket of dull gray, and the occasional gust of wind rattled the loose window panes in the old buildings. I hugged my coat tighter, my mind racing. I had to figure out what was happening before I completely lost myself. I decided to call Sarah. She was the only person I trusted enough to tell without sounding insane. We met later that afternoon at a small park bench beneath a sprawling oak tree, its leaves damp and heavy with moisture. I told her everything: the mirror, the strange reflections, the videos, the people denying any difference in me. Sarah listened quietly, her brow furrowed. "That's unsettling. Are you sure you're not just stressed? Maybe your mind is playing tricks because of everything lately." "I don't think it's stress," I said, voice low. "I'm not imagining the videos. I recorded them." She glanced at her phone, then back at me. "Have you asked other people? Like coworkers, neighbors? Maybe they noticed something?" I nodded. "I did. No one remembers me acting differently. They insist I was never the person in the videos." She exhaled sharply. "That's creepy. Like you're some kind of ghost trapped between realities." I smiled, but it felt forced. "I know how that sounds." We sat in silence for a moment, the distant bark of a dog and the faint hum of distant traffic filling the space. Then Sarah leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe you should try to test it. Like, do something different tomorrow, something big. See if the reflection changes too." I wanted to believe that was a good idea. But what if the reflection was always one step ahead? What if I was the one trapped in a loop, unable to break free? That night, sleep eluded me. I lay staring at the cracked ceiling, the soft ticking of the old clock a metronome for my spiraling thoughts. The mirror in the bedroom caught the moonlight, and I could swear it shimmered differently, as if it were breathing. My hands trembled as I reached out, fingertips grazing the cold glass. The reflection stared back, expression unreadable. Then, something new, a word, scrawled faintly across the glass in what looked like condensation. I wiped at it, but it was still there, ghostly and half-formed. Leave. I jerked my hand back, heart hammering. The word wasn't there when I blinked. Had I imagined it? The room felt suddenly suffocating, the walls pressing closer than before. I didn't want to leave. Not yet. Not when the mirror was screaming for me to run. But maybe it was a warning. Or a threat. I didn't know. The next morning, I woke before dawn, the air thick with silence and the faint, metallic scent of rain left behind. The mirror stood waiting, silent and unblinking. I looked at my reflection, searching for answers in the eyes that looked back, eyes that might not really be mine. I had to find out who was controlling this other me, and why. Before I disappeared completely. I didn't sleep. Not after the glass whispered leave in that half-formed haze of mist. The word clung to the mirror even after I wiped it away, like a stain no amount of rubbing could erase. I lay there, the moonlight pooling cold against the cracked ceiling, my breath shallow and ragged, the faint scrape of the clock's hands ticking away the seconds like a countdown. By the time dawn crept through the curtains, I was already sitting on the edge of the bed, hands pressed into my knees, the ruffle of my sweater scratching my skin. I kept glancing at the mirror, half expecting the word to reappear, or for my reflection to move without me. But it stayed still, silent. I had to know more. Whatever this was, it wasn't random. The mirror's reflections were not just alternate versions of me. They were messages, warnings, or worse, commands. But from whom? And why? The apartment was cold, the kind of cold that settles into your bones and refuses to leave. I wrapped my arms around myself, the faint smell of mildew and stale coffee lingering in the air. I could hear the distant rumble of a garbage truck outside, metal scraping on asphalt, and a dog barking somewhere down the street. Normal noises. Normal enough to be a lie. I pulled on my phone and scrolled through the last week's photos and videos, searching for anything that might line up with the strange actions the reflection had shown me. Smiling while I was supposed to be upset. Leaving the apartment earlier than I remembered. Small gestures, easy to miss, easy to forget. But nothing. No evidence, no confirmation. Then I called Sarah. She answered on the second ring. "Hey," I said, voice rough. "Can we meet? I need to talk." There was hesitation on the other end. "Everything okay?" "Not really." I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. "Meet me at the cafe on 7th and 20? "All right. See you there." The cafe was a cramped little place with cracked tiles and a persistent smell of burnt espresso. Sarah was already there when I arrived, sitting in the corner booth, her fingers wrapped around a chipped ceramic cup. She looked tired, dark circles under her eyes, hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. I slid into the seat opposite her. Sounds impossible, but it happened. "Thanks for coming." She gave a small, wary smile. "You sounded worried." "I am." I leaned forward, voice dropping. "It's the mirror. My reflection shows me doing things I never did. Small stuff at first, but it's getting worse." Smiling while I was upset, leaving the house early. But when I try to bring it up, people say I never acted differently. Like I'm inventing it. Sarah blinked, then frowned. "That sounds intense." Are you sure you're not just stressed? Maybe you're mixing up memories? I shook my head. I thought that too. But last night, the mirror wrote something. Leave. It wasn't condensation or a trick of the light. It was like a warning. Her eyes narrowed. Leave? Leave what? The apartment? The city? I don't know. That's what I need help figuring out. Sarah ran a hand through her hair. Have you told anyone else? Maybe a doctor? No. I don't want to seem crazy. She sighed, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. You're not crazy. But this sounds serious. Maybe you should see someone. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed on the table. I glanced down. A message from an unknown number. Stop looking. I froze. The cafe seemed to fade into silence. The clatter of cups, the murmur of voices, it all dimmed to a dull roar. Sarah's hand tightened around mine. Who is it? She asked, voice low. I don't know. I swallowed hard. But someone's watching me. Sarah's eyes darted around the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. We should get out of here. Outside, the air was sharp with the scent of rain on concrete. The sky was a bruised purple, clouds gathering like a threat. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin. The streetlights flickered, casting uneven pools of yellow light on the wet pavement. We walked in silence for a few blocks, my mind racing. The message felt like a line drawn in the sand. Someone wanted me to stop digging, stop questioning. But why? What was there to hide? Back in my apartment, I stared at the mirror again. The surface was smooth and cold, reflecting the dim room and my own tired face. I reached out, fingertips grazing the glass. The word leave was gone. But something else had changed. The reflection blinked. Before I could move, it smiled a slow, deliberate curl of the lips that I hadn't made. Why are you smiling? I whispered. The reflection didn't answer. Instead, it raised a hand and pointed behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just the empty room, the peeling wallpaper, the faint hum of the heater cycling on. When I looked back, the reflection was normal again. But I knew it wasn't. I was trapped between reality and something else, something human, something cruel. The mirror wasn't just showing me false memories. It was controlling them, rewriting the story I thought was mine. And now, someone was watching. Waiting. I no longer had the option to walk away. To pretend none of this was real. Because the reflection was always one step ahead. And the message was clear. I couldn't escape. Not anymore. The moment stretched out, thick and cold. I swallowed hard, the dry scrape in my throat breaking the tension. Then, as if summoned by some twisted impulse, I reached toward the glass again. My fingertips brushed the surface, the coldness biting through my skin like a warning. The reflection didn't move this time, but I could still feel it watching me, waiting for me to make my next move. Behind me, the room felt smaller, the shadows pressing closer. The peeling wallpaper, the cracked plaster near the ceiling, even the faint smell of damp wood, it all seemed sharper, more oppressive. The flicker of the overhead light caught my eye, casting uneven patches of brightness that made the corners of the room seem to pulse. I hated how real everything felt and how unreal I was starting to seem, even to myself. I backed away slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. The reflection was normal again, too normal. Like nothing had happened. But I knew better. I knew the smile, the pointing finger, the blink, they were warnings. Or maybe threats. I didn't want to believe it, but the idea that something or someone was orchestrating this nightmare felt more likely with every passing second. I needed to talk to someone. Someone who might believe me. But who? I'd already tried with my sister. She laughed it off, said I was overthinking or stressed. My coworker said I was fine, nothing out of the ordinary. Even my therapist had no answers. They all insisted that the memories I was seeing in the mirror were just me misremembering, or my mind playing tricks. I was alone in this. Alone. The word echoed in my head as I slid down against the wall, the rough plaster scratching at my skin. My hands shook, fingers twitching like they wanted to claw something out of me. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breathing, but the silence was choking. Then, as if breaking the spell, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out with numb fingers. A message from an unknown number. "We're watching." I cursed under my breath, dropping the phone on the floor. The screen cracked on impact, a spider web of damage spreading across it. The room seemed to tilt, the walls breathing in and out, closing in. I scrambled to pick up the phone, heart racing, sweat prickling down my spine. Who had sent that? What did it mean? Was this connected to the mirror? To the reflection? "You're not safe," the text whispered from the cracked screen. A cold dread settled over me. That wasn't just a message, it was a promise. I didn't know where to go. The apartment felt like a cage, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with something I couldn't name. I looked back at the mirror one last time before turning away. The reflection stared back, blank and unreadable. But the corners of its mouth twitched again, a slow smile threatening to bloom. I swallowed hard and left the room. Outside, the hallway was dim, the flickering fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. The smell of old carpet mixed with something metallic and sharp, like blood, but faint. I passed my neighbors' doors, their silence heavier than usual. No one looked out. No one asked if I was okay. I wanted to scream. To tell someone that my own reflection was lying, that my memories were being stolen and rewritten. But the words caught in my throat. Downstairs, I hesitated before pushing the exit door open. The night air was cold and sharp against my skin, biting through the thin jacket I wore. The street outside was empty, except for a stray dog barking in the distance, its voice cracking the silence like a gunshot. The city smelled of rain and exhaust fumes, a sharp contrast to the stale, suffocating apartment. I started walking, the uneven pavement rough beneath my shoes. My mind was racing, desperate to make sense of everything. Was someone out there controlling this? Watching me? Manipulating the mirror, the memories? Or was it just me unraveling, losing grip on reality? I passed the corner store, its neon sign buzzing faintly. The clerk looked up at me, eyes dull but curious. I wanted to ask for help, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I nodded and kept moving, the weight of unseen eyes heavy on my back. As I walked, a strange sensation crawled up my spine, a prickling, like tiny fingers tracing my skin. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following. Nothing but shadows. Still, the feeling didn't go away. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my footsteps, the wet crunch of gravel beneath my feet, the cold taste of the night air filling my mouth. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with every step. I turned down a side street, hoping to lose whatever was trailing me. The street lamp flickered overhead, casting uneven light that made the buildings look like they were leaning in, watching. My breath came out in short bursts, the cold air burning my lungs. Then, suddenly, a voice called out from the darkness. "Hey!" I stopped, heart pounding so loudly I thought it might burst from my chest. The voice was low, almost casual, but there was an edge to it, something dangerous. I squinted into the shadows but couldn't see anyone. Who's there? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoed off the pavement behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. Stop it, I whispered, panic rising like bile. The footsteps continued, getting closer. I turned and ran. My shoes slapped against the pavement, the sound loud in the quiet night. The cold air stung my face, sweat mixing with the drizzle that had started to fall. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my arm, rough and cold. I yelped, twisting away, stumbling into a narrow alley. The shadows thickened, swallowing the light. Wait, the voice said again, softer this time. You don't understand. I can help. I woke to the familiar, muted clink of the radiator turning on, the room thick with that cold, metallic scent it always carried in the early hours. The walls felt closer than usual, the plaster cracked near the ceiling, casting jagged shadows in the dim light. I stayed still for a moment, listening to the faint hum of the city beyond my window, the distant barking of a dog, a siren threading through the air like a thin wire of sound. The mirror was there, just beyond the bed, waiting. For weeks, I'd stared at that glass, watching it betray me, showing scenes I couldn't explain. Small things, smiles I never gave, words I never spoke, mornings I left early when I distinctly remembered sleeping in. I tried to resist, to argue with the reflection, but no one else acknowledged the truth I lived with. Friends, family, coworkers all insisted my reality was the only one that existed. The mirror's memories weren't real. I wasn't real. Today, I decided, would be different. I would finally break the cycle. I swung my legs over the bed, the floor cold against my bare feet. The mirror caught my movement, reflecting me perfectly, or so I thought. But when I glanced up, the figure in the glass was already moving differently. It smiled, a slow, knowing curve of lips I never felt. I frowned, rubbing my face, wishing it would stop. I reached out, fingertips brushing the smooth surface. The cold bit back, sharper than the room's chill. I whispered, "Why are you doing this?" No answer. The glass was just glass. Breakfast was a quiet affair. The smell of burnt toast filled the kitchen, a reminder that even small routines had slipped from my control. I sat alone, the chair scraping the floor like a whispered protest. My phone buzzed with messages I didn't recognize, schedules I never set. I tried to call a friend, someone who might anchor me, but the line went dead mid-sentence. Later, I ventured out, promising myself I'd act according to the reflection's timeline. If the class said I left at 7:30, then I would leave at 7:30. I dressed quickly, the fabric of my coat rough against my skin, the cold air biting my cheeks as I stepped outside. But on the sidewalk, something shifted. People passed without a glance, their eyes sliding off me like water. The city felt distant, as if I were a ghost walking through a world that had forgotten me. At work, the disconnect grew. Colleagues greeted me with blank expressions, conversations stuttered and stalled. When I tried to correct their memories, to tell them I hadn't been in the office at noon like the mirror insisted, they blinked at me, confused. "You were here all day," one said, voice low but firm. "You never left early." Another nodded. "You seemed fine, actually." Fine. That word hung in the air like a weight I couldn't lift. The mirror's actions weren't just reflections, they were accusations. Proof of a version of me that no one else acknowledged. I began to wonder if the real horror was not some supernatural trick, but the way people erased the inconsistencies, the way they refused to see me as anything but the person they expected. The mirror showed a life I couldn't claim, and the world denied my own. That night, I sat before the mirror again. The room was darker, the only light coming from a flickering street lamp outside casting shifting patterns on the wall. I stared until the reflection moved, not in sync, but as if it had a mind of its own. It smiled, this time wider, almost triumphant. I clenched my fists. Stop. Nothing changed. But then, something inside me shifted. Not fear. Not anger. Something colder, sharper. Acceptance. I whispered, if this is who I am, then maybe it's time I stop fighting. I spent hours studying the mirror's images, tracing the differences, the actions I never took but that seemed to shape my life. I realized the reflection wasn't trying to trick me, it was showing me the parts of myself I'd hidden or denied. The smiles when I was hurt, the early mornings when I was trying to escape. The mirror held my secrets, the fragments I pushed away. I started making small changes, not to match the reflection, but to own the parts it revealed. I smiled more, even when I didn't feel like it. I left the house early, not because I had to, but because I wanted to see what waited beyond the usual routine. I told people things I kept inside, even if they didn't understand. At first, the world resisted. Old patterns reasserted themselves like stubborn stains. But slowly, something shifted. Conversations softened. Faces grew warmer. I was still me, but a me expanded by the mirror's revelations. One evening, weeks later, I stood before the mirror as the sun set, the last rays turning the glass golden. The reflection matched my movements perfectly. No tricks, no discrepancies. I smiled, and the smile was mine. I touched the glass gently, feeling the smooth surface beneath my fingertips, the solid reality of it. The mirror had stopped showing me a stranger's life. It had stopped trapping me between two versions of myself. I realized then that the mirror hadn't been a portal to some other world or a ghostly deception. It had been a mirror in the truest sense, a reflection of all the selves I refused to acknowledge. The horror wasn't the mirror's fault. It was mine, for denying who I was. The next morning, I woke and looked into the mirror. It showed me exactly what I saw, a tired, flawed person with a hesitant smile. No surprises. No betrayals. It was peace. I left the apartment and walked into the city, the air crisp with promise. The sounds, the smells, the roughness of the pavement beneath my shoes, they were all real. I was real. And that was enough. Story 5, Haunted Lessons, Chalkboard Messages of Fear. I'd never thought much about the old schoolhouse on the edge of town until the day I found myself standing in front of it, keys jangling in my pocket, breath shallow from the short walk up the cracked pavement. I wasn't the kind of person who chased ghosts or old legends, not really. I liked things simple, predictable. But lately, my life felt anything but. Too many late nights, too many moments where my thoughts twisted into corners and I couldn't find the way back out. The schoolhouse was a dare, really, something to break the monotony of my usual routine. I pushed the rusty gate open with a creak that startled me more than I expected. The smell hit me immediately, damp wood, dust thick enough to choke on, and something sour under it all, like forgotten lunches left to rot. I pulled my jacket tighter around me even though the air wasn't cold. It was just stale, like the building itself was holding onto every sound, every secret it had swallowed up over the years. Inside, the floorboards groaned beneath my boots. Light from the street faded quickly, swallowed by the heavy shadows pooling in corners and behind door frames. I flicked my phone's flashlight on, but the beam barely cut through the gloom. The smell grew stronger, old chalk, mildew, and something faintly metallic. I tried not to think about what that might mean. The hallway stretched out ahead, lined with lockers whose paint bubbled like dried skin. I ran my fingers over one of them, rough and cold. My pulse quickened. Why was I here? That question circled in my head like a buzzing fly. I told myself it was just curiosity. maybe boredom. A need to prove I wasn't as ordinary as I felt. I found one classroom door hanging open just enough to slip through. Inside, desks lay overturned, papers yellowed and brittle scattered across the floor. The chalkboard, still mounted on the far wall, looked oddly pristine compared to the rest of the decay. My light flickered across it, and my breath caught. There, written in fresh white chalk, was a single word, alone. I blinked, stepping closer. The chalk dust was still loose, barely settled. Someone had been here recently. But who? And how could they have gotten in without me hearing? My fingers curled into fists at my sides. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and shaky. Only silence answered. I scanned the room, every shadow suddenly alive with possibility. The air felt thick, like it was pressing against my skin from all sides. I swallowed hard and forced myself to look away from the board. There was a faint noise behind me, a soft scraping, like nails on wood. I spun around, heart hammering. Nothing. Just the cracked window frame rattling in the breeze. I wanted to leave. I really did. But before I could move, my eyes drifted back to the chalkboard. More words had appeared. "You're scared no one will ever see you." Cold sweat pricked at my neck. I stepped closer, my breath fogging the glass of the window beside me. No one else was here. No one could be. And yet, the words were there, written in handwriting that felt disturbingly familiar. I reached out, fingertips trembling, and brushed the chalk dust away from a small smudge that looked like a fingerprint. The surface was dry and rough beneath my touch, as if the writing had been etched into the very grain of the board. A sudden creak from the hallway made me whirl around again. My phone's light flickered wildly, then steadied. I could see the empty corridor stretching away, but something about the way the shadows clung to the corners made my skin crawl. "What do you want from me?" I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. No answer came, only the faint echo of my words bouncing off the cracked plaster walls. For a moment, I thought maybe I was losing my mind, that stress had tangled my thoughts so badly I was imagining things. But then the chalkboard shifted again. More words, shorter this time. "You lie to yourself." I staggered back, the air thickening so much I could taste it, bitter and sharp, like iron. My hands shook violently, the phone slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. The light flicked out. Darkness. I knelt down, scrambling to find the button. The beam flickered back on, revealing the chalkboard again. The words hadn't vanished. They'd multiplied. I sank against the wall, heart pounding so loud it drowned out the silence. The room had become a trap, every word on the board a mirror reflecting my own fears and secrets I'd never dared speak aloud. And someone had written them there. Someone who had been watching me. Who had been inside this house all along. I didn't know if I wanted to run or stay, to find out what else they knew, what else they wanted. The cold sweat ran down my back as I stared into the dark corners of the room, the faint sound of distant laughter, or maybe just the wind curling around me like a shroud. I had stepped inside for answers. But the schoolhouse had only just begun to ask its own questions. I didn't move for a long while. The silence pressed in. I thought about turning around and walking back into the safety of the night, where secrets were safer buried. But the chalkboard waited, and with it, the undeniable truth that I was no longer alone. Not really. I stayed where I was for what felt like ages, pressed to the cracked plaster wall beneath the chalkboard, my breath shallow and quick. The room smelled like damp wood and stale sweat, the kind of smell that sticks to your clothes long after you leave. I wiped my palm against my jeans, feeling the grit of chalk dust cling to my fingertips. The silence had thickened into something almost suffocating, broken only by the faint creak of the floorboards somewhere down the hall, or was it my heartbeat echoing back at me? I forced myself up, hands trembling as I brushed the dust from my knees. My eyes didn't stray from the chalkboard. I could barely make out the curved letters spelling out my deepest fears: failure, loneliness, the secret anxiety that I was always just one misstep away from losing everything. Below that, a few more phrases, too personal, too raw, things I'd never spoken even in therapy. And yet, here they were. Written for me. Why? I whispered, voice cracking. No answer. Only the groan of the old building settling, or maybe something else. I edged toward the door, each step slow and cautious, the wooden floor cold and uneven beneath my sneakers. The hallway stretched dark and endless, the broken windows casting jagged shadows that danced with the sway of the failing light. My fingers traced the chipped paint of the door frame as I slipped out, the musty air in the corridor wrapping around me like a blanket soaked in mildew. I tried to steady my breathing, telling myself it was just some sick prank. Maybe someone had broken in earlier, watched me from the shadows, and left those words as a cruel game. But no one else was supposed to be here. The schoolhouse had been abandoned for years. No one came near this place anymore. I glanced around, half expecting to see a figure lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. Nothing but peeling wallpaper and shattered glass. The faint sound of a dog barking echoed from somewhere outside, distant and lonely. The wind picked up, rattling the loose panes above me, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible scent of something metallic. Blood? I shook the thought away. No, it was probably just rust and decay. I pulled out my phone, the screen casting a pale glow that barely pierced the gloom. No signal. Of course. I wasn't surprised. I told myself to expect that, but the silence felt heavier without even the hum of a text or call to distract me. I needed to find out who had done this. Who had been watching me. The idea alone was enough to make my stomach twist. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. I moved down the hall, running my hand along the cracked walls, feeling the rough texture of plaster flaking away under my fingertips. The classrooms on either side were empty, desks overturned, papers yellowed with age scattered across the floor like forgotten memories. A faint noise caught my attention, a tap, 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 like fingernails drumming lightly against a desk somewhere ahead. I froze. Hello? I called out softly. No response. The tapping stopped. The silence fell again, heavy and expectant. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the prickling at the back of my neck. I wasn't alone. The place had to be a trap, but I had to know. I turned into the next room. It was the library, or what was left of it. Books lay strewn across the floor, their covers cracked and pages yellowed, the scent of old paper mingled with something sharp, clean, almost antiseptic. Against one wall, a desk lamp flickered weakly, its bulb struggling to stay alive. I approached, heart thudding so loud I thought it might burst. On the desk was a small notebook, its pages filled with cramped handwriting. I recognized the scrawl immediately, my own. Notes from my journal, fragments of thoughts I'd written down late at night, things I'd never shared with anyone. My hands trembled as I flipped through the pages. How had this gotten here? Who had taken my private words? A sudden noise made me snap my head up. Footsteps. Faint, but deliberate. Someone moving just beyond the doorway. I swallowed, the cold sweat prickling down my back. I wanted to run, to bolt out into the night and never look back, but something, curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, kept me rooted in place. Who's there? I called again, voice steadier this time. No answer. The footsteps came closer. I stepped back, bumping into a bookshelf. Dust puffed up, making me cough. The light flickered again, casting long shadows that stretched and warped like fingers reaching out. I glanced around for a place to hide, but the library was too small, no real cover. Then, just as suddenly as they'd started, the footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I strained my ears, but all I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the distant howl of wind through broken windows. Then, from somewhere behind me, the whisper. Not loud enough to make out the words, but close. Too close. I spun around, heart hammering, fists clenched at my sides. Empty. But the notebook was gone. I blinked, confusion flooding me. I'd been holding it just moments ago. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Someone was here, in the schoolhouse with me, watching and waiting. Manipulating. I needed a plan. I couldn't just wander blindly through this place, not when someone was clearly toying with me. I backed toward the door, eyes darting. The hallway was darker now, the shadows thicker, more oppressive. A sudden creak from above made me jump. The ceiling groaned like it might collapse any second. Dust rained down in tiny clouds. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. There was only one way out. But before I could move, a voice cut through the silence, low and calm. You shouldn't be here. I froze, every muscle tight. The voice wasn't angry, or even threatening, just knowing. Familiar, somehow. Who are you? I demanded, my voice shaking more than I wanted. No answer. Just the soft scrape of footsteps retreating, fading into the shadows. I swallowed hard, the chill in my bones deepening. This was no random prank. It was personal. And it was far from over. You shouldn't be here. The voice was like a shadow slipping through the cracked plaster of the ceiling. Not angry. Not desperate. Just calm, as if stating a fact everyone already knew. I couldn't see anyone. I spun again, eyes wide and searching the dim hallway. The flashlight in my hand trembled, casting long, jittery beams against the peeling wallpaper. Who are you? I asked, voice rough, cracking under the weight of adrenaline. My throat felt tight, dry as old parchment. I wanted to sound firm, but I was anything but. The heavy silence that followed stretched out, mocking. No answer. The notebook, the one I'd been clutching just seconds before, was gone. How? It had been right here. I ran my fingers over the rough wooden floor, the grain sharp beneath my nails. Someone had taken it. Someone watching, waiting, and now playing a game I didn't understand. I swallowed hard, forcing my breath steady. I needed to think. Quickly. The schoolhouse was closing in around me, shadows thickening like ink spills on yellow pages. Then I saw it. The classroom door, cracked open just a sliver. A pale sliver of light spilled out, unnatural for a place abandoned for years. The hall smelled colder here, the stale scent of dust mixing with something faintly metallic, like rusted hinges or dried blood. Not that I wanted to dwell on that. I edged closer, every footstep a whispered threat on the warped wood. The light came from inside the classroom where the chalkboard hung. The black surface gleamed faintly, as if freshly wiped. My stomach twisted. I knew before stepping in. The chalkboard was covered in writing. Fresh. White chalk scrawled across it, words so precise and personal they stopped me cold. They know. The sentences spelled out my deepest fears, the ones I'd buried even from myself. The voice that haunted me since childhood, the secret I'd hidden from everyone, the shame and guilt that clawed at the edges of my mind like restless rats. Everything. Written in neat, looping letters that didn't belong to me. Look closer. That voice again. softer now, almost coaxing. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking underfoot, dust motes swirling in the yellow flashlight beam. My fingers traced the chalk marks, cold and fragile, like brittle bones. The words weren't random. They were a message, a map of my own unraveling. I shivered. Someone had been here, watching me, studying me. They knew things I hadn't said aloud in years. How? Why? My eyes darted to the corners of the room, empty desks, broken chairs, a cracked window rattling in the wind. No one. But the feeling of being watched was suffocating, thickening the stale air until I could almost taste it, metallic, bitter, like cold sweat mixed with fear. I backed away, heart hammering. The door slammed shut behind me, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones sharp, final. I spun, flashlight beam wild and frantic. No breeze. No one. A trap. I pressed my back against the door, hands slippery. The chalkboard's message burned in my mind. This wasn't random. It was orchestrated. Someone wanted me here, wanted me to see, to know. To what end? I whispered, voice cracking. The answer came from the corner, a slow shuffle, too deliberate to be a rat or the creak of old wood. A figure stepped forward, emerging from the shadows like a ghost made of dark cloth. Not a ghost really, but someone very real. Why are you doing this? I asked, swallowing past the lump in my throat. What do you want from me? The figure paused, then spoke, voice low and steady. To free you. I blinked, confusion twisting in my chest. Free me? From what? From yourself. From the lies you tell. From the past you refuse to confront. I stared. The words echoed something I thought about, yes, but this was no therapy session. This was manipulation. A game I hadn't agreed to. Who are you? I pressed again. The figure stepped closer, hands outstretched but empty, gestures calm. Someone who knows you better than you know yourself. Someone who's been waiting for you to find this place. To find the truth. A cold laugh escaped me. You're insane. No, the figure said quietly, I'm real. And you're already too deep. There's no turning back now. The air thickened, and I realized the hallway behind me was no longer an escape route. The windows were barred with rusted metal, the door jammed tight. The schoolhouse had swallowed me whole. Panic clawed at my ribs, but I forced it down. I wasn't going to crumble. Not yet. Show me, I said, voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. Show me the truth. The figure nodded, stepping aside to reveal a cracked projector on a dusty cart. It whirred to life, casting flickering images on a stained wall, family photos, old videotapes, letters I'd thought lost. Memories I'd hidden, distorted, buried beneath years of silence. I swallowed hard. The game had only just begun. This place wasn't just a ruin. It was a trap. A mirror reflecting my own fears back at me. And I was trapped inside it, with no way out. The door rattled. The figure's eyes held mine, steady, unblinking. Do you want to run? They asked. No, I said. I want to understand. The chalkboard's words glowed in my mind, a warning and a promise. There was no going back. Not now. Not ever. The door rattled again, sharper this time, as if someone or something was testing its limits. Do you want to run? They asked. The voice was calm, almost clinical, but underneath it, I sensed an edge, like a I am carefully sheathed but ready to draw. No, I said, voice steady even though my hands trembled. I want to understand. Understanding was a dangerous thing in this place. The schoolhouse had swallowed me whole, and now it was digesting every secret I tried to keep hidden. The images flickering on the wall, the family photos, the letters I'd lost and buried were no accident. Someone had been watching me, studying me, and now they were playing me like a puppet. The figure stepped aside, gesturing toward the cracked projector. Then watch. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of every memory pressed into my chest. They weren't just pictures, they were pieces of me, twisted and rearranged into a story I didn't fully recognize. There were moments I tried to forget, my mother's cold stare, the way my father's voice cracked when he shouted, the silence that followed like a shroud. You think this is about the past, the figure said quietly. It's about control. Control. The word echoed inside my skull, louder than the groan of the rusted pipes overhead or the distant bark of a dog somewhere outside. I thought about the chalkboard I'd seen earlier, the way it had scrawled my deepest fears in fresh chalk, as if whoever was here had read my thoughts. It wasn't supernatural. It was something colder, more calculating. Who are you? I demanded, voice clearer than I expected. Why are you doing this? The figure smiled then, but it wasn't comforting. It was a slow, deliberate curl of lips that made the hair on my arms stand on end. You're the one who brought yourself here, they said. I'm just a mirror. A mirror. The word struck me with a strange clarity. Maybe that was all this was, someone forcing me to face myself, my failures, my lies. But why? And for what? I moved closer to the projector, the smell of old film reels and dust thick in the air. The light flickered and warped, casting strange shadows that danced across peeling wallpaper and cracked plaster. I caught my reflection in the glass covering the photos, a face I hardly recognized, eyes wide and raw. Show me the truth, I said again. Everything. The figure nodded, stepping behind me. Suddenly, the projector clicked off, plunging the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, into near darkness. The only light came from the faint glow of a single bulb overhead, flickering and threatening to go out. My breath hitched. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a soft scraping sound. Chalk on slate. I turned slowly, heart pounding in my ears, to face the chalkboard. The surface was covered in fresh writing, words I hadn't seen before but that struck me to the core. You hide behind smiles. You're terrified of being alone. You never told anyone about the accident. You think no one cares. The letters were jagged, uneven, as if written by a hand trembling with rage or fear. I stepped closer, the cold floor creaking beneath my boots. The chalk dust smelled faintly of limestone and something metallic, like blood, maybe, but I shook the thought away. No! This wasn't supernatural. It was human. Too human. Where did you get this? I whispered. My voice sounded small in the cavernous room. The figure's voice came from behind me, soft but cutting. I've been here longer than you think. Watching. Waiting. A cold sweat broke out on my neck. The idea that someone had been inside this place, lurking in the shadows, manipulating me, making me doubt my own memories, felt like a punch in the gut. Why? I said, spinning around to face them. What do you want from me? They stepped forward, the flickering light revealing more of their face, pale, tired eyes, lips pressed into a thin line. To break you. To make you see yourself without the lies. I laughed, but it was hollow. You don't know me. Oh, I know enough. Their gaze sharpened. Enough to know that the real danger isn't me. It's you. Or maybe the person you think you are. The room seemed to close in around me. The air thickened, almost choking. My hands shook so violently I had to grip the edge of a desk to keep from falling. The memories on the wall, the words on the board, they weren't just threats. They were tool. I swallowed, trying to steady my racing thoughts. If you want me broken, you're going to have to try harder. The figure smiled again, but this time it was tired. Good. Because this is only the beginning. The lights flickered once more and then went out completely, plunging me into darkness so complete I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. I could hear my breath, ragged and loud, and the faint scrape of chalk on slate somewhere behind me. Then a whisper, barely audible, threading through the silence. You can't hide here. I spun around, heart slamming against my ribs, but there was nothing. Just the cold, stale air and the weight of unseen eyes. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I didn't. Because if I ran now, I'd be running toward the unknown, into whatever trap this place had set for me. And the truth, terrible, unbearable, was that I had nowhere left to hide. The figure's voice broke the silence again, closer now, almost in my ear. Ready to see how far you'll go? I didn't answer. I couldn't. The only thing I knew was that the game had changed. I was no longer just a player. I was a target. The door rattled again, harder this time. The sound echoed through the hollow halls, a grim reminder that escape was still impossible. I clenched my fists, knuckles white in the darkness. Show me, I said quietly, everything. A slow, deliberate step approached from behind, and I braced myself for whatever came next. The footsteps stopped. Show me everything, I had said. Now I realized how foolish that was. Because some things aren't meant to be shown all at once, especially not by shadows. I swallowed hard, the chalky smell thick in my nose, and finally turned. No one. The hallway was empty. The door I'd heard rattling earlier hung crooked on its hinges, slamming softly in the draft. Outside, a distant dog barked, sharp and sudden, a sound so mundane it almost broke the spell. I ran my fingers over the rough plaster on the wall, the texture grounding me. This place was real. The fear was real. The person behind the chalkboard was real. Whoever they were, they had been watching me for a long time, lurking in the cracks of this abandoned schoolhouse, peeling back my layers like some cruel archaeologist. I stepped back, heart still hammering. Who are you? I whispered. Why me? No answer. Just the echo of my voice bouncing off the cracked tiles and broken desks discarded in the corners like forgotten memories. The fluorescent light above flickered, sputtered, then steadied again, casting a harsh, uneven glow. I had to move. Standing still was a trap. But every step felt heavier, like the floor beneath me was trying to swallow me whole. The chalkboard's message didn't just reveal my fears, it manipulated them, twisted them into something raw and exposed. I felt naked in a way I hadn't since childhood, when secrets slipped from my lips and whispered confessions to empty rooms. I thought about the person behind it. Someone who knew me intimately, who had followed my life, pieced together my vulnerabilities. How? Why? Questions swirled like smoke in my mind. I wanted to scream for help, but the silence swallowed my voice. No one was coming. A breeze stirred the loose papers on a nearby desk. I bent down, picking up a torn notebook. The pages were yellowed, brittle. Inside, notes scribbled in the margins, dates, names, places I recognized. This wasn't random. It was a careful, deliberate record. Someone had planned this. I felt a tightness in my chest, a mix of anger and something like grief. I'd been baited, drawn into a game not of my choosing. And yet, as much as I wanted to hate the person behind it, a small part of me understood. Isolation, obsession, the need to be seen even if through fear. The old clock in the hallway chimed. It was nearly midnight. I realized I had been trapped in this schoolhouse for hours, caught between the past and the present, between what was hidden and what was revealed. I slid the notebook into my jacket pocket. The chalkboard's message began to fade as the night deepened, the chalk dust dispersing in the humid air. The writing was no longer sharp, no longer accusing, just ghostly shadows on the green surface. I needed to leave. I needed sunlight, warmth, the comfort of normal life. But as I made my way to the door, my steps echoed with a new weight, the knowledge that someone had invaded my privacy, my mind. Someone could still be out there, watching, waiting. Outside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was cold and clean. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows on the cracked pavement. I paused, looking back at the schoolhouse. It looked empty, silent. But I knew better. It was alive with secrets. In the days that followed, I avoided the place, but the chalkboard's words haunted me. Friends noticed my distracted glances, the way I flinched at sudden noises. I told myself it was over, that I had won by uncovering the truth. But sometimes, late at night, I'd find fresh chalk dust on my windowsill, or hear a faint whisper just beyond the edge of sleep. A reminder that some games don't end when you think they do. I learned to live with that unease. It shaped me, made me sharper, more cautious. I stopped trusting silence, it was never empty. And I stopped hiding, because hiding only made the shadows stronger. The schoolhouse remains there, a crumbling monument to forgotten lessons and unseen eyes. I don't know who the watcher was, or what they wanted in the end. But I know this, fear is a language, and sometimes, it's the only way to be heard. Sometimes, I wonder if they're still there, watching, waiting for me to come back. But I won't. Not again. Instead, I move forward, carrying the weight of that silent conversation with me. Each step is deliberate, a refusal to be swallowed by the past. The scars left behind aren't just reminders of what happened, they're proof that I survived, that I learned to listen differently to the whispers in the dark, to the truths hidden beneath the surface. And though the night still holds its secrets, I've found a way to navigate its maze without losing myself. The watcher may linger in the shadows, but I've found my own light, one that fear can no longer extinguish. It flickers quietly within, steady and unyielding, guiding me toward a future unbound by old fears. Story 6, Frozen Time Cabin, Isolation Distorts Reality. The wind had been gnawing at the windows all afternoon, a low, relentless moan that crawled under the doorframe and settled into my bones. I'd come up here for a break, a few days away from the city's noise and my own restless thoughts. The cabin was supposed to be a refuge, quiet, simple, tucked away on the side of a mountain that even the locals barely drove past. No neighbors close enough to hear my music or my pacing, no internet to tether me to deadlines or bad news. Just me, the snow, and the slow, steady drip of a leaky faucet somewhere in the kitchen. It was supposed to be peaceful, but maybe I should have known better when the power flickered twice in quick succession just after noon. The old fuse box in the corner hummed faintly, and I swore I caught the faintest scent of burnt dust, though I couldn't tell if it was real or just a trick of my imagination. The heater groaned, then clattered, and I had to get up to poke the fire in the stove. The flames licked at the logs like they wanted to swallow them whole. Warmth spread through the cabin, but the unease lingered. I tried to shake it off. It's just a storm, I told myself, running my fingers over the rough wooden armrest. Nothing more. But the way the shadows stretched and shifted in the corners made me blink twice, as if something was moving just out of sight. The room felt bigger, yet somehow smaller, as if the walls were leaning in when I wasn't looking. I checked my phone. No signal. Not even a flicker. I'd expected this, but still, it was a punch to the gut every time. I was completely cut off. The kitchen clock ticked unevenly, skipping a beat now and then. I glanced up at it and frowned. For a moment, I thought it was stuck at 3:17. Then it moved forward, but the hands seemed sluggish, like they were trudging through molasses. Maybe the battery was dying. The thought made me uneasy. Time felt off, too. Slower. Stretching out like the snowdrifts beyond the window. I stood and paced toward the small bookshelf near the door, brushing my fingers over the spines of dog-eared paperbacks and dusty maps. It was strange how familiar everything was, yet something about the arrangement felt wrong. A paperback that had been on the bottom shelf last week was now on the top. Or was it? I reached out to correct it and paused, a cold prickle skittering down my neck. I wasn't sure if I'd moved it last time or if it had been like that all along. I caught a sudden sound, a soft creak from the hallway. The cabin only had one bedroom and a bathroom down a narrow corridor, but I could have sworn I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, the kind that don't belong to the scuttling of mice or the settling of old wood. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking like thin ice. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the wind, louder now, rattling the window panes as if it wanted in. I swallowed hard and walked toward the hallway, each step measured and cautious. The air smelled faintly of pine and something else, something metallic, almost like copper. I wrinkled my nose. I must be imagining things. The bathroom door was closed, the little frosted window fogged up with condensation. I didn't remember locking it, but the handle was turned just enough to keep it shut. I reached out, fingers trembling, and nudged it open. Inside, everything was exactly as I'd left it. No sign of disturbance. The toothbrush lay next to the sink, the mirror was foggy from an earlier shower. Still, that metallic smell was stronger here. Back in the living room, I tried to focus on something simple. I poured a cup of instant coffee, the bitter aroma grounding me. I cradled the warm mug between my hands and sank back into the couch. The storm was relentless now. Snow hammered the roof, and the wind's howl had deepened into a low growl. Then I heard it again. A voice. Soft, distant, coming from somewhere down the hall. A woman's voice, whispering, no, not whispering, speaking just low enough to be almost inaudible. Words I couldn't quite catch. I froze, the mug slipping slightly in my hands. The cabin was supposed to be empty except for me. I stood abruptly, scanning the hallway, heart pounding sharper now, not with fear exactly but with something tighter, more watchful. The voice stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Except for the storm. I told myself it was a trick, maybe the wind carrying sounds from far away. I sat back down, but the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. Instead, it tightened, and I realized I was listening for the voice to come back. Minutes passed. The clock ticked on, uneven and slow. I looked around the room again. The small ceramic vase on the mantel had shifted an inch to the left. I was sure it had been centered before. How could I have missed that? I tried to laugh at myself, but it came out hollow. This place was getting under my skin. Too quiet. Too still. I was alone, but maybe not quite alone enough. Then, as if to confirm it, my phone buzzed violently on the table. I jumped, heart lurching. I grabbed the device, eyes wide, screen glowing in the dim light. No number. No message. Just a blank notification. I set it down slowly, the weight of the silence pressing in again. Outside, the snow continued to fall, thick and heavy, burying the cabin further under its cold, white shroud. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if something or someone was playing with me. Either way, I wasn't going anywhere. The phone buzzed again, sharp and sudden, slicing through the silence like a cracked bell. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows with a steady, insistent rhythm. Snow slapped against the panes, thick and relentless. The storm was unyielding, and so was the silence inside. I wasn't alone here. Not really. I could feel it in the way the air, cold and heavy with silence, shifted, the way shadows pulled in corners just a little too dark. I needed answers. I needed to understand what was happening. I stood, knuckles white, and moved toward the hallway. The cabin was small, but it felt unfamiliar, like a maze I'd never seen before. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the old wood groaning with every step I took. I tried to remind myself I knew this place, every nook, every crack, but the feeling of something wrong clung to me like damp clothes. At the bedroom door, I paused. The muffled sound of voices drifted through the thin walls. Soft, indistinct, but definitely human. I froze, pressing my ear against the door. The voices were hushed, too quiet to make out words, but unmistakably there. My pulse hammered in my ears. I knew the cabin only had one bedroom. No one else was supposed to be here. I pulled back and checked the other rooms. Kitchen was empty, the smell of stale coffee lingering faintly. Living room was silent, except for the ticking clock and the occasional gust rattling the window. Bathroom door was closed tight. Nobody there. I crossed back to the hallway, the voices fading, replaced by a faint creak somewhere above me. The cabin had a loft, a cramped storage space I hadn't bothered with until now. The ladder was pulled down, dust motes swirling in the weak light. My fingers trembled, brushing against the rough wood as I climbed. Up there, the air was colder, damper. Boxes lined the walls, old camping gear, a few dusty books. I rummaged through the clutter, trying to find anything unusual. That's when I noticed it, a well-worn notebook, tucked beneath a pile of faded maps. The cover was cracked, edges frayed. I flipped it open, heart skipping a beat. The pages were filled with neat handwriting, dated entries spanning several months. The writer documented the isolation, the weather, strange occurrences, things like objects moving, voices in empty rooms, and the creeping sense of being watched. My throat tightened. This wasn't just me. Someone else had been here before, trapped in this same endless snow, haunted by the same paranoia. I heard a faint thump below, like something heavy settling or a door closing. I froze, notebook clutched to my chest. The voices were back, low and urgent, echoing down the hall. This time, I caught a word. Leave. The word sliced through the cabin's stale air, sharp and cold. My skin prickled. Who was warning me? Or was it a threat? I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. The notebook slipped from my fingers, pages fluttering open to a scrawled note. They watch. They wait. Don't trust the silence. A sudden blast of wind rattled the loft window, and a chill settled deep in my bones. I climbed down quickly, the voices now closer, overlapping whispers threading through the walls. The cabin felt alive with secrets, and I was the unwelcome guest. Back in the living room, I checked the phone again. Still no signal, no messages beyond the blank buzzes. The batteries were draining faster than they should. I grabbed the charger, but the outlet sparked and hissed when I plugged it in. Flickering lights danced overhead, casting long, jittery shadows. The power was unstable, like the house itself was holding its breath. I sat back down, notebook open in my lap. I read the entries again, each one darker than the last. The previous occupant had come to doubt their own mind, slipping into a fog of anxiety and fear. But there was a pattern. Someone else was here, lurking just out of sight, manipulating the space, shifting things around like a twisted game. I glanced at the mantel. The vase was nudged again. This time, 2 inches left. I reached out, fingers barely touching the smooth ceramic. The air felt heavy, thick with unspoken menace. I wasn't imagining it. Someone was inside this cabin. A soft scraping noise came from the kitchen. Slow, deliberate. I stiffened, ears straining. The kitchen door was ajar, a thin line of light spilling out. I pushed it open cautiously. Nothing. Just the dim glow of the stove's pilot light. But the smell was wrong, like burnt sugar mixed with something metallic. I wrinkled my nose. Behind me, the front door creaked on its hinges. I spun around, heart thudding. The snowstorm was still howling outside, but the door was closed tight when I checked. No footprints in the fresh snow. No signs anyone had come or gone. The door hadn't moved. I locked it again, double-checked every window latch. My hands trembled. The storm was a barrier and a prison. Whoever was here couldn't have come in from outside. Maybe they'd never left. I sat back down, notebook in hand, trying to piece it all together. The entries mentioned a neighbor, an older man, silent and watchful, who lived a mile down the trail. The writer suspected him of watching the cabin, maybe even breaking in when no one was home. I frowned. That explained the subtle shifts, the whispered warnings. But it didn't explain the voices in the bedroom or the strange noises in the loft. The storm had buried every path, every road. No one would come until it eased, and I wasn't sure I wanted to wait. Not if someone was out there, watching, waiting for me to slip up. A sudden knock at the door jolted me upright. Sharp, firm. 3 knocks, deliberate and slow. I blinked. Who could that be? I stared out the frosted window, nothing but white, swirling snow. No shapes. No shadows. Just the storm's blind fury. The knocking came again, louder this time. Nothing. No one. Just snow. Just wind. Just the creeping certainty that I wasn't safe. I turned away, heart hammering. The voices whispered again, low and urgent, threading through the walls like a warning or a promise. I wasn't alone. And I wasn't imagining it. Something was here. Watching. Waiting. I didn't know how much longer I could pretend otherwise. The knocking came again. 3 slow, deliberate raps that echoed sharply off the wooden walls, each one landing like a cold splash against my nerves. I sat frozen, notebook fallen to the floor, the pages splayed like a wounded bird. Outside, the storm had not let up. If anything, the wind seemed angrier, howling like it wanted to claw its way inside. But the snow, thick and relentless, still obscured everything beyond the frosted window. No footprints, no shapes, no sign that anyone else was out there. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, or maybe a branch tapping the door in the gust. But the rhythm was too precise. Too human. I swallowed hard and stood, every muscle stiffening as I moved toward the door. My fingers trembled when I reached for the handle. It was colder than I expected, the metal biting into my skin like a warning. I hesitated. The cabin was small. Every sound traveled. If someone was out there, waiting, watching, I didn't want them to know I was afraid. I pulled the curtain aside and peered through the peephole. Nothing. A wall of white. No footprints. The snow was pristine, save for the faint drifts that had settled since the storm started. No one was there. "Hello?" I said, voice low and unsteady. Silence. Complete silence. Then the knocking, again 3 times, slow and deliberate. I stepped back, heart thudding. The storm was a barrier and a prison. Whoever was here couldn't have come in from outside. Maybe they'd never left. My mind raced back to the notebook, those entries about the neighbor, the old man who lived a mile down the trail. Silent, watchful, maybe even invasive. But why would he tap like this? Why now? And where was he, really? I had no idea if he'd even made it through the storm. I forced myself to breathe. Rational thought. There had to be an explanation. I circled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, eyes darting to every misplaced object, every shifted chair or open drawer I'd noticed before. The cabin wasn't as empty as I thought. A faint sound caught me, a whisper, almost drowned out by the wind. It came from the bedroom. I froze. The door was closed. No one was supposed to be inside. I swallowed again, muscles clenched tight enough to hurt. I edged toward the bedroom, each step slow, deliberate. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. I stopped at the threshold, hand on the knob. Is someone there? My voice cracked. No answer. But the whispering continued, soft, unintelligible, like a conversation held just out of clear earshot. I flicked on the light. The yellow bulb buzzed weakly, casting long shadows on the peeling wallpaper. The bed was untouched. The dresser drawers closed. No sign of anyone. Still, the voices came, low and urgent, as if 2 people were speaking right behind the wall. I spun around. The cabin's walls were thin, but there was no other room behind the bedroom. Only the loft above, which I checked earlier. Empty then. Empty now. My skin prickled with unease. I sat on the edge of the bed, fingers digging into the rough blanket, and tried to steady my breathing. There was no one else here. I had to believe that. But then another sound. A soft shuffle from the kitchen. The faint clink of a glass. I stood again, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my ribs. The kitchen was just around the corner. I rounded it slowly, feeling the heat from the old stove, smelling faintly of burnt coffee from earlier. The glass on the counter was empty, but the chair by the table was slightly pulled out. I ran a hand over the table's surface, sticky in places, as if someone had been here recently. But I was alone. Right? I backed away, then stopped suddenly. The chair by the window, the one I'd pulled in closer to the fire earlier, was now facing the door. When I'd left it, it faced the window. I must have been mistaken. I shook my head. Maybe I'd moved it and forgotten. The storm was getting louder, wind rattling the panes like frantic knocks. I felt trapped, like the cabin was closing in, shrinking around me. My breath came in short gasps, frost forming on the window edges. I needed to get out. I needed to see the neighbor. If he was real. If he was watching. But the storm had buried every path. No way through. No escape. I sat back down, notebook in hand again, desperate for answers. The entries about the neighbor were vague but chilling. He watched, waited for the right moment. He knew the cabin better than I did. Knew when I was alone. My hands trembled as I flipped through the pages. One entry caught my eye, written hastily, the ink smudged. He's inside. Not outside. I've seen the marks on the floorboards. Someone moves when I'm not looking. I'm not sure I'm alone anymore. I swallowed. That was me now. Not sure. Not certain of my own solitude. A sudden noise made me jump, a heavy thump from the loft. I checked it earlier. I was sure of it. Empty then. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer, the one with the cracked lens, and headed up the narrow stairs. The wooden steps groaned underfoot, each one louder than the last. At the top, the loft stretched narrow and cold, dust motes swirling in the weak beam. Boxes and old furniture cluttered the space. I scanned quickly. Nothing. No footprints, no movement. But when I turned to leave, the beam caught something, scratches on the wall, faint but fresh. I crouched, tracing them with a finger. They weren't random. Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, thickening the air with a weight that pressed against my chest. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had been here, watching me, leaving signs I hadn't noticed before. I stumbled down the stairs, heart pounding, and nearly tripped over the notebook on the floor. The knocking started again, this time from inside the cabin. I froze at the foot of the stairs, eyes darting around. The sound wasn't at the front door. It came from the wall behind me. The thin partition between the living room and the bedroom. Someone was inside the cabin. I pressed my back against the cold wall, breath shallow, mind racing. I had no tool. Nothing to defend myself with. The phone line was dead. The storm outside was a tomb sealing me in. Every instinct screamed to run, to hide, but where? Then the whispers. Clearer now, but still muffled. Don't be afraid, a voice said, low and calm, almost gentle. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of panic. There was no one here but me. There couldn't be. The knocking came again, persistent, urgent. I took a step toward the door, then stopped. The snowstorm was a prison. The neighbor was a myth, a shadow. Whoever was here was inside this cabin with me. Watching. Waiting. My fingers grazed the doorknob. Cold metal. No turning back. I opened the door. And the cabin was empty. But the whispering didn't stop. The scratches on the loft wall burned under my fingertips, jagged and fresh, but the silence wrapped the cabin tighter than ever. I stood slowly, the flashlight's dim beam trembling in my hand. Every nerve screamed to bolt down those stairs and out into the merciless snow, but I couldn't. Not yet. Something was here, someone was here, and I had to know. The air smelled like cold wood and stale dust, but beneath that, a faint trace of damp earth, as if the cabin had been breathing it in for years. The wind howled outside, battering the windows with a relentless fury, rattling the glass in its frames like a warning. I pressed my back against the wall, listening. A low, dragging sound came from the kitchen below, soft, deliberate. I swallowed hard. Logic said it was the storm again, or maybe a branch scraping the cabin's side. But that voice earlier, the whisper I caught just before the loft, haunted me. Whispered words I couldn't make out, but unmistakably human. I moved down the stairs, slower this time, the wooden steps creaking underfoot. The kitchen smelled sharper now, something metallic underneath the wood smoke. The dragging stopped. My flashlight flickered, the cracked lens distorting the light, casting long, trembling shadows over the cluttered counters. Hello? My voice barely reached the ceiling, swallowed by the roar of the storm. No answer but the hum of the heater and the wind's furious pounding. I rounded the corner and froze. The kitchen table, which I'd left bare except for a coffee mug, was now cluttered with papers, notes, grocery lists, scrawled in different handwriting. My hands trembled as I rifled through them. None were mine. One note caught my eye. Don't trust the quiet. He watches. Cold sweat broke out on my neck. This cabin was not just a shelter. It was a trap. Or a stage. And I was the only actor left. The power flickered and died, plunging the cabin into darkness. The flashlight was my only lifeline now. I gripped it tighter, the plastic slick against my clammy palm. The heater sputtered, then went silent. The temperature dropped sharply, the cold biting through my jacket. A soft shuffle came from the hallway. My breath caught. I held perfectly still. The sound grew louder, feet sliding on the worn floorboards. Not heavy, but deliberate, patient. "Who's there?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. No response. Just a shuffle, now outside the kitchen door, slow, measured steps. I backed toward the pantry, my mind racing. Could I lock the door? Yes, but that wouldn't stop them if they wanted in. And if they were inside already? The thought curled cold fingers around my chest. The handle moved. A click. The door creaked open. A shadow slipped through the gap, too tall for anyone I'd expected, but hunched, careful. I flicked the flashlight up, catching a face half hidden by a hood, eyes glinting with something unreadable. Relief and terror collided in my chest. A person, but not a stranger. Not quite. "Why are you here?" I whispered, voice cracking. The figure didn't answer. Instead, they stepped forward, one slow, deliberate pace after another, eyes locked on mine. My throat dried up. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs betrayed me. Rooted. Helpless. "Please," I said, voice barely a breath. "What do you want?" The figure stopped. Then, softly, almost a murmur, "You shouldn't be here alone." The words sent a chill deeper than the cold. Was this a rescue? A trap? I couldn't tell. Not anymore. The storm had isolated me from the world, but this was something else. "Who are you?" I demanded, the flashlight shaking in my grip. No answer. The figure turned, disappearing back down the hallway. I stumbled after, desperate to follow, but they vanished into the shadows between rooms I didn't remember existing. The cabin seemed to shift around me, hallways stretching longer, doors where there hadn't been any before. My mind reeled. I blinked, and the layout snapped back. Familiar again. Just the storm outside, the cold inside, and me. Or so I wanted to believe. I found myself back in the living room, the old clock ticking stubbornly on the mantel, but the scratching on the wall was now accompanied by fresh marks on the floorboards near the fireplace. Footprints barely visible leading toward the cellar door, which I was certain I'd locked earlier. A pounding in my chest, a cold sweat breaking out again. I forced myself to move. Down the cellar steps, the air thick with damp earth and decay. The storm had finally eased. I didn't notice it at first, not until the snow stopped hammering against the window panes and the world beyond the cabin grew quieter, less hostile. The air shifted in that way it does when a long, oppressive weight lifts, like a breath released after being held too long. The silence was not empty, but full, thick with the scent of cold earth and wet pine, mingled faintly with the lingering smoke from the stove. I stood by the window, watching the white settle in soft waves over the landscape, feeling the warmth of the cabin seep back into my bones. For hours, I'd been trapped inside this place, watching the walls around me warp and pulse with a life that wasn't there. Objects moved, voices echoed from rooms that didn't exist, shadows flickered just beyond my sight. I thought I was losing my mind. And maybe, in some small way, I was. But not in the way I'd feared. The truth was uglier. It hit me in the quiet, sharp and cruel, that I hadn't been alone here. Not really. I remembered the footprints in the snow, faint but unmistakable, trailing around the cabin as if someone had been circling, watching. I thought I'd imagined them, but no. They were there, and so was the evidence inside. The misplaced chair, the slightly ajar cupboard door, the faint smell of cologne that wasn't mine. Someone had been here with me. Watching. Waiting. I sat down heavily at the kitchen table, hands trembling, fingers tracing a rough grain beneath the thin layer of dust. The storm's fury had masked their presence. The isolation had given them an edge, a chance to slip in and out, unseen. The voices, my mind's trick. No, someone had been using them to unnerve me, to blur the line between reality and fear. But why? The question gnawed at me, relentless. I tried to piece it together. I remembered the faint tapping at the bedroom window, the soft footsteps in the hallway when I was sure I was alone, the inexplicable cold spots in the south wing of the cabin. It wasn't madness. It was a game, someone's cruel idea of a joke, or worse. I stood and moved slowly through the cabin, my boots scuffing softly on the worn floorboards. The kitchen smelled of burnt coffee, though I hadn't brewed any in days. The living room was cluttered with newspapers I didn't recognize, their dates recent. I picked one up, hands still shaky, and read the headline, "Local Man Missing in Blizzard." The photo was grainy, but the face was unmistakable. It was me, or at least, it should have been. The article described someone last seen heading to a remote cabin in the mountains. Me. But I'd never left this place. Had I? The room felt colder suddenly, and I paused, swallowing hard. I wasn't sure if it was the chill or the creeping dread settling into my chest. I pulled the curtains aside and looked out. The snow had stopped, but the world was transformed. The trees bowed under heavy white blankets, branches creaking softly in the wind. The silence outside was different from the cabins, less forgiving, more watchful. I sat back down and tried to steady my breath. The isolation had played tricks, but the reality was that someone had slipped into my sanctuary. The thought made my skin crawl. The weight of being watched pressed down on me, heavier than any storm. I checked the doors and windows, locked, bolted, as secure as they could be. Yet the unease lingered, a shadow that refused to lift. I knew I couldn't stay here forever, trapped between fear and doubt. But leaving meant facing the world outside, uncertain and cold. Late in the afternoon, I heard it again, the faintest sound of footsteps crunching on snow, deliberate and slow. My heart jumped. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside, the crisp air biting at my cheeks. The footprints led away from the cabin, towards the tree line, disappearing into the thicket. No sign of anyone. I called out, voice cracking. "Hello? Is someone there?" Only silence answered. I stood there, breath misting in the cold air, the sun dipping behind the mountains. I realized I wasn't just fighting the storm or my fraying sanity. I was facing something more human, more terrifying, the knowledge that someone had invaded my world, that my safety was an illusion. That night, I lay awake, the cabin dark except for the flicker of a single candle. I thought about the past days, the confusion, the fear, the creeping realization of my vulnerability. The storm had passed, but the aftermath was raw and jagged. I wasn't the same person who had arrived here, eager for solitude and silence. I was someone changed, marked by uncertainty and the slow burn of distrust. Morning came slow and gray. I packed my few belongings with deliberate care, the snow crunching beneath my feet as I stepped outside one last time. The air was clean, sharp, and unforgiving. As I walked down the path, leaving the cabin behind, I glanced back once. The windows stared back like empty eyes, the roof heavy with snow. I didn't know if I'd ever return. Maybe that was for the best. The mountain was quiet now, but I carried its echoes with me, the faint sounds, the misplaced objects, the feeling of another presence just beyond reach. I wasn't broken, not entirely, but I was changed. And sometimes, that's the true horror, realizing that the world isn't always what it seems, and the people in it even less so. The road ahead was uncertain, but I was ready to face it. Because the storm had passed, and I was still here. Still standing. And that was enough.